What's up, Dub Nation? That's my horrendous E40 impersonation. But I'm here, Rich, with my matcha frap. And we're going to have, in 15 minutes, Matt Babcock of Babcock Hoops. He is a pretty much a scouting expert, has a lot of good ties with the NBA draft. So we're going to focus on Taran Armstrong over here on my right? Yeah, my right. And maybe talk a little bit about Steve and Jonathan, although we beat that one like a dead horse. So we're live now just to warm it up before Matt Babcock comes on board. And one of his guys, Doc Martin, has joined us on each NBA draft live stream that we've had. And it's always been great to have Doc Martin on because he's actually been in the draft war room when the Portland Trailblazers selected Greg Oden way back in the day. After Matt, we're going to have Danny Emerman, who is a Warriors beat writer for the SF Standard. And I think he's really awesome at what he does. And he'll be on at 4:00. And so I can't wait for that as well. And then after that, we've got, now I got to check my notes. But after that, we've got Ricky G on Twitter. He's pretty famous on Twitter. And I really respect, he's one of those, what I call paladins in hell. Him and me before I just kind of got off of Twitter, and Tim Kawakami are all the guys that kind of like have to try and deal with the zombies that are on that app. But just like Draymond said recently on the Lord Rab podcast, what's the name of that one again? Lord Rab. Draymond said that because he was talking about how people hate Draymond for being friends with LeBron, and like, and Draymond's response to that was they lack the self-confidence to praise or maybe they're jealous. I kind of think of it as they lack the self-love. And I do think that when you go onto social media and you're thumb typing away your outrage, I think it can be addicting, and that's just what it is. So Ricky G has been dealing with people like that. Now, every now and then you'll come across a fellow coach, someone who's coached at, any level of basketball. I mean, at least coach AAU or at least coach grown men, and he'll share his experiences as well. And I'm sure he's got a lot of opinions on the whole Steve Kerr, Jonathan Kuminga thing, which of course we've talked about almost to death on here. I do want to do one last article or podcast about how to move on from this. You can see that will be my third Kuminga article in the last 4. But this one I actually also talked about Kuminga. And so we got to put that one to bed because we got an exciting series coming up. Shivansh, Amy, what time is it out there in the Far East? What time is it for you guys? 2 sets of rules with 2 different players. Well, yeah, I see all sides, though. I see all sides, yeah. And at some point, we will talk about it, but we're only 10 minutes away. I I did a podcast again. Everybody go check out the podcast. It's actually on Spotify. If you just go look for Let's Go Warriors. I forgot to post it on social media, but we've got I should retweet some of this stuff right now. Hold on while I retweet this thing that we got. Undo repost. Redo repost. Same thing on Threads. Boop. Repost. Same thing on Bluesky. QP-ski. We got QP-ski and Bluesky. So I'm just killing time right now between the time Matt Babcock shows up in the green room, and I still should finish my matcha frap before it melts. But yeah, I want to write one last article that talks about moving on from the whole JK, Steve Kerr. I see both sides of it. I see people. I'm right in the middle, and I'm like a pendulum. I keep going back to say, man, DNP, how could you at least find him 10 minutes, 8 minutes, whatever. He was only playing 18 minutes a game. And then the other side of me goes, yeah, but I get it. Steve has one game to win, and these are must-win regular season games. One thing I want to ask Denny Emerman, if I forget, remind me, guys, how tired does the coaching staff look? Because today on the podium, Steve Kerr at practice said when Draymond kind of goes off on the emotion and kind of gets frustrated by the team with their individual defensive effort, we've seen that on TV. He'll show his frustration. That is a manifestation of Draymond being tired, and we've talked about it, is what Steve said. Very, very akin to just a couple weeks ago on the podium when Steve, to our old school delight, went on the podium and said, when Steph's tired, we need to give him a day off, because when he's tired, it manifests itself in decision making. Literally, that was the quote. In other words, you turn the damn ball. You're a freaking bakery when you're tired. So these two old guys, right, need to watch their fatigue. And I do agree with that. So anyways, back to Kuminga. The other side of the pendulum swinging all the way back is that maybe the coaching staff is a little tired, and there's really no room to do. They just have this fear, just like I wrote about here. Well, Kerr's fatal flaw, the fatal flaw being the fear of only playing throughout the entire 48, these veterans and stuff. And he played Gary against the Clippers, and Gary screwed up a couple times. I mean, Gary did play well, but he screwed up a couple times. It contributed to the loss, unfortunately. Fouled Harden outside the three-point line. So those kinds of things, you swing back to, you kind of go like, yeah, if JK could only play like Guy Santos, then he would have played more. But he doesn't play like that. And then the last thing I want to give you a hint about how to move on from this. Remember, JK came to the United States at age 13. That is huge. That's huge. So I'm going to write about that, but nobody better steal my hot take. But it is that, what's the average age? Let's put it in a poll. What is the average age of an American basketball player that starts to build basketball IQ? So what is the age at which an American basketball player starts to build his IQ? Is it 7, 10, 13, or is it before 7? Before 7? 7 to 10? 10 to 13. It surely can't be more than that. Or something else, write in the comments. And that's something I want to ask Matt Babcock when he joins us. Write in comments. Start the poll. So anyways, JK. I don't think we can make that assumption. I disagree. I don't agree that JK thinks he's a star. That may be an unfair, judgment conclusion. We don't know that. We don't know that. You could only know that if you're behind closed doors. Oh, thanks, Peter. My positivity is zen-like. Well, I try, honestly. I really do. I've started doing meditations about 1.5 years ago. So that's an example. Really appreciate that. Oh, what time is it out there? 6:20 Saturday. Thank you for being on. You're on at 6:20 in the morning on Saturday. I really appreciate your support. Oh, and so later on, we have a couple more guests. We have Eric Giamino, NBADraft.net. He was the one that really helped me see the dark side of this Steve Kerr thing, which, regardless of anything, I think it really does put the future of the roster in jeopardy. So now I'm swinging back to the other side of the pendulum to be pro Jonathan on this. It's like, Steve, and again, I recorded myself and did a podcast last night for this, so I got to cut that up. The latest podcast is right here in the podcast one here. I guess they just create a playlist. Oh no, okay. Whatever. But this is the latest podcast, which is copied on Spotify. So latest podcast, please go like. Latest pod, please go like. It was just basically me and Dean, and see Dean Agon's comment, and Bruce's comment was the thumbnail. So me and Dean talked about, so you know how our live stream was like 4 or 5 hours long? I think it was 5 hours long that night. I cut up the post game to make it quick. So half an hour, maybe listen to it on your drive to work or back. But yeah, on the website, going back to the other side of the pendulum, I tend to go on tangents, but all the way back on the other side is Steve. If you're going to give a DNP to a guy and that guy doesn't want to play on the team anymore, what do we do about his salary slot? You go to capsheets.com. I love capsheets.com. Love Yossi Goslin, who runs this site. And it's like, where, is Jonathan's slot here? Like, what if it just puts a lot of, you just don't want to have a trade demand. You don't want Jonathan to want to just bolt out of here. Otherwise, I'm going to be a cancer in the locker room, which is unfathomable. I get that, but worst case scenario, you've put this salary cap sheet at risk, because what if we can't get anything for Jonathan? Then we got to go in the next year with all these old guys. Okay, 3 old guys, 4, maybe Looney can come back, Gary come back on minimums. But like, you would like Jonathan's salary slot, if he's not going to be a dynamic piece we can have on the squad, then, and he wants to go to another team and you let him do that, otherwise you'll get a pissed off player for 82 games. You don't want that. We better get something in return. So if you're gonna DNP a guy, sometimes it can mess with his mind. That's all I'm saying. But all in all, I get both sides. And all in all, we got Matt Babcock here. Hey, Matt.
Hey, how are you?
Great. How you doing?
I'm doing great. It's an exciting time of year.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I really appreciate you hopping on board. It's been a while. I think you were on a live stream eons ago.
Yep.
Talking about draft. And hate to remind our audience, but Warriors did not have a draft pick this year. So people are probably like, why is Matt Babcock on your live? No, but it's I read somewhere, I stumbled upon the fact that you had seen Taran Armstrong. So we want to talk about that, but can you tell the audience just what you do and how you fit in the landscape of the NBA?
Yeah, so my primary focus right now is I'm an NBA draft analyst and scout, and I've done that for years. And before that, I was a sports agent for 10 years. So I'm assuming you're going to pick my brain about Jonathan Kuminga's situation, which I find to be pretty fascinating. And then, I grew up in basketball. My dad, my two uncles have all worked in the NBA for a really long time. So kind of born into it, was sort of behind the scenes, the fly on the wall, if you will. And then worked as a sports agent and now as an NBA draft as a scout. So I've kind of seen basketball from a bunch of different angles. And I was interested to get on here and talk with you about everything that's going on with the Dubs.
Great. Thank you so much. And people, you guys, I think I stumbled upon your story somewhere out there on the internet. And I was just fascinated about your path to becoming an agent. So you guys, if you get a chance, go Google Matt Babcock, because it's a really tremendous story. So I think we'll get to Jonathan in a bit. All right. It's a hot topic. It's already a hot topic in the comments. Let's just talk about it because I think at least the people that really come back to Let's Go Warriors all the time, we love it because it's kind of like a family, and it's an international family as well. So are the Warriors. So we kind of see, we're kind of a reflection of that. And so when we see a guy get a DNP and we think he didn't deserve a DNP, we're like, oh no, you feel really automatically just kind of feel bad for Jonathan. And then you're kind of like, Steve, why couldn't you just find a couple minutes and this and that? And then it kind of, one domino falls to the next. So what can you say about this whole thing just from the outside?
Yeah, no, sure. That was what I was going to say exactly. I'm not keeping a pulse on this at like a beat writer or, digging on inside sources or anything, but, a surface level view from my perspective, it's a pretty tricky situation. And, I kind of saw the comment Steve Kerr made of, he's trying to win games. And I can appreciate that. This is a very intense time of the year for everybody involved. And his primary role is, I need to put the best product out there to give us a chance to win. It's a high stakes business. It's a fact of the matter. But then there's a lot of behind the scenes moving parts here too. I kind of putting my former agent's hat on for a second. Yeah. I'm pretty frustrated right now. JK has done a great job. He's a young talent that's going into a restricted free agency, and he's getting DNPs. And this is a guy that averaged 14, 15 points a game as a guy in his early 20s. I'd be pretty ticked off, Yeah. And so there's a lot of sort of variables here, being juggled going into an off season where there's a lot of uncertainty, and the complications with it are pretty dramatic as well. With them having so much money committed to this aging group of stars, from my understanding, I just took a peek at it, but I think they're creeping up on the first apron with the salary cap. And I think they're going to have limitations on what they can do with JK, and they do have room to match an offer. But as far as like flexibility on sign and trade stuff, that's not necessarily seamless. And, I'm not trying to point the finger at Steve Kerr that there's any games being played. I do think he's trying to win. And Steve Kerr doesn't have anything to question his integrity at all. But looking at it from an agent's standpoint, I'm frustrated because this guy's getting DNPs going to this free agency. That definitely doesn't help his market, and you know, I mean, the agents and JK, they're worried about his next contract, and also what is his role going to be. I mean, if it's with the Warriors, say they want him back, and I saw the owner came out after the deadline saying they definitely want him back. And to me, I'd be a little fearful of like, okay, are they trying to scare off teams from signing them to offer sheets? And I mean, there's all these different moving parts and sort of different things, potentially, games being played that agents, are and probably should be paranoid about. And so it's any way you split it, it's an interesting situation.
Yeah, it's there are a ton of moving parts, even as I wonder what to ask you next. It's just like but I just want to say, first of all, we're so lucky to have a former agent on here because this isn't happening, every day that you can get an agent's perspective. So we really appreciate that. I think the burning question now, all these swirling around is that, do you think, let's say, hate to play the what if game too much because you kind of get caught up in that, and sometimes you go on the worst case scenario what ifs, and then you're kind of really lost. But on the positive what if Jonathan does find a major impact role against these Houston Rockets? Because I don't know where I stand. Some people will say, oh no, JK is not going to forget those DNPs. And then some other people say, oh, well, we got a month, maybe 2 months in the playoffs. And maybe I started thinking maybe the team kind of changes its identity as it goes along in the playoffs and then develops an identity that's different later on that has JK as a key cog. I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think it's possible. I think the playoffs, really, create a dramatic situation all the way around. I mean, it's just highly emotional for everyone, the players, the GM, coaches, everybody, the agents. And I also would say with all of that and the intensity and the pressure on everybody, there are a lot of adjustments from game to game, from possession to possession. I mean, it's been talked about forever that the playoffs, I mean, the great coaches really rise because they really adjust and are very detail oriented. And so I think, there's a scenario here where this is corrected quickly, depending on matchups and, the success that the team might have or whatnot. But going into the offseason, this is definitely going to be talked about. And the problem is for Kuminga and his agent is that they're really not in the driver's seat here. I mean, that's restricted with a capital R. The Warriors are in the driver's seat, but at the same time, do they want to spend a lot of money on a guy that they just benched that's disgruntled? And it's and I hate to call players assets, but the fact of the matter is this is big business, and if this big contract would be an asset that they need to hold its value, and if he's not playing a big role, that hurts. That hurts Kuminga. That hurts their ability to trade him and get equal value back. And so there's just so many. I know I'm being repetitive here. There's so many moving parts here. I can't imagine the actual stakeholders in this. Just for myself, juggle it in my mind. It's a lot.
Quick segue, and then I think we should talk about Taran Armstrong because that's super exciting. But I wanted to get your take. I've been seeing the positive salary cap view of this is that, okay, you match whatever contract he gets offered, and then say you trade him and get some value out of that. And then I've been told by other people that I highly respect, one of whom is going to be a guest later on in a couple hours on here, is that, oh, no, the market could be tanked, and it's a situation where GMs know that JK is not going to work on the roster. Therefore, you're only going to get, crappy offers. You might only get, a second rounder or something like that. And then you kind of think about the whole Klay sign and trade. So what can you tell us about the 29 other GMs? I guess that's the question. What do you know about that?
I don't have a great grip on what his market would be. in an open market, much less restricted one. But he is a young, talented guy that I think is still probably scratching the surface on what he become. I think he's been pretty inconsistent, like most young guys. But he has produced at a high level, at least in flashes, or in small windows. And there will be market value there on some level or another. I mean, is he going to get a max contract? I don't know. I mean, maybe a smaller market team that needs to overpay a guy like that would pony up. I mean, we'll see. That would put the Warriors in a bad spot because they wouldn't be able to match. I don't believe. But it's
37 million under the second apron.
Right. Yeah, so it puts them in a tricky spot, right? So I mean, it's all tight, from a numbers standpoint. I need to do a deeper dive to have a better grip of it, the specifics and whatnot. But there's another angle of this too. If you're the Warriors, and the team's winning right now. I mean, I think this trade with Jimmy Butler essentially did exactly what they wanted to do. It really kind of ignited this team and went on a crazy run, and it's been pretty interesting to watch. And but moving forward, you've got a lot of aging guys, and this wave is only going to go for so long. And are you letting a young, talented kid just walk out the door? And so I think their internal conversations, are probably going to be, pretty intense because there's a lot, like I mentioned, there's a lot of things to juggle here.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on to Taran Armstrong. You got a chance to actually see him in person. Can you tell us the story that led up to seeing him in person?
Yeah, sure. So we started, I think this was a few years ago, we started our scouting process for covering the NBA draft, which starts in the fall. And, I had my group of guys, my first big board, which Taran was not a part of. All of a sudden, sure enough, he starts popping up, on Twitter and people are hyping him up. I start watching film. And so I scheduled a game to go to my alma mater, University of Arizona, to watch him play. Very impressive.
He was at Cal State, Cal
Baptist.
And they played Arizona.
Yeah. Yeah, they played at Arizona in Tucson. Yes, I flew down there, and obviously a great environment in a challenging matchup for him to face. And I was impressed. He's got great size in terms of his height for his style of play. Just a really crafty on-ball creator, natural passer. Plays with a great change of pace. The things that I noticed that were holding him back or could potentially hold him back was a lack of physical strength and inconsistent outside shooting. I've kept a little bit of a pulse on him. It seems like he's taking steps in the right direction with those areas, but seems like he still can get better. And but he's he brings some interesting things to the table with the craftiness and from a playmaking standpoint and finishing around the rim. And it's nice to see a guy to kind of claw his way in and give himself a chance, sort of the unorthodox way. And
what would you say about his defense?
I think the lack of strength is probably the biggest thing there. Again, I haven't kept a great pulse on where he's at right now. In college, I was a little bit concerned, and it was mostly a lack of physicality.
Yeah. Talking about his creativity, I had a chance to go talk to the Santa Cruz Warriors people, and I just missed it by one game. The night before I got there to talk to like Nick Kerr and also Kevin Dana, who announces for the Warriors, Santa Cruz Warriors. They told me about a play where Taran got to the baseline and then he went between the legs on a pass on the baseline to a guy in the corner for three. And thank goodness he made it, because it made it up to the highlight reel for G League. But is that something that you can connect the dots to from what you saw at the UofA game to like that creativity aspect?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that was the biggest thing that made him appealing as a prospect was the craftiness, the creativity, and I think that those are things that I think on some level or another are just you're kind of born with. You can't teach those things. And again, I like to elevate the shooting. The shooting is what's going to open it all up for him and allow him to really, really utilize that creativity and craftiness. So yeah, and that's just it's not a situation where his shooting is broken by any means. He's got to chip away at it.
All right, cool. And just to close up because really thank you for taking the time to join us. I know you're out there visiting your family and all of that. So really appreciate that. So kind of last thing is, what are you like working on right now as far as like the draft and your consultancy, and then where we can find your work?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So all my work's on babcockhoops.com, and our primary focus is the NBA draft. And so this is kind of the time of year where I get to kind of shine here. I do all this work throughout the year, scouting games, traveling around. Now people like yourself call me on and want me to talk about it. So it's a fun time of the year. We got the NBA draft combine coming up in just under a month. So I'll be out there. And yeah, we're just going to keep chipping away and gathering information and evaluating these players and creating content leading up to the draft.
Oh, one last thing, actually, before I let you go, is I always want to ask like future drafts, because maybe the Warriors will have more of a chance to get a gem in future years. How does 2026 draft class look, and 2027, and then also our guy from NBADraft.net always tells us, well, I don't know, because some guys might reclassify and all that. And so I find that very interesting. But how does next year look, and maybe 2027?
Yeah, so for 2026, I've got a good grip on that class. I do a lot of scouting at the high school level just to get a head start. I was actually just in Portland last week for the Nike Hoop Summit, and really impressive class. AJ Dybantsa, who's going to BYU, is just a total stud. Carlos Boozer's son, Cam Boozer, going to Duke. He's a beast. Darren Peterson, who wasn't at the Nike Hoop Summit, he's going to Kansas. He's got a chance of being a star player. I keep going on. The class is very, very talented. And we've got some good international players in it as well. So I'm excited about this year's draft. I might be even more excited about next year's. And I think the high school classes coming up are good too. Honestly, I don't want to talk about 27 as draft guys yet. It's a little premature, but there are some talented kids, and we're kind of at a point, from my perspective, guys at that stage, just seeing how they fill out, physically, how they mature, where they go to school. It's the scouting for me when they're that young is more of just a starting point, almost like just putting a face with a name, just to kind of have a foundation to build on.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for your time, Matt.
Yeah, thank you.
With all of that, volumes of scouting report data that you got to go through.
Sounds great. I appreciate it.
All right. Have a good one.
All right. Take care.
You too. All right. That was great. So far, so good. I mean, we're flowing, and you guys got comments there. We got Danny Emerman coming on in like 12 minutes. So, up next, Danny Emerman. So prep your questions for Danny, as he's a Warriors beat writer. So get your questions ready. But Matt Babcock, pretty cool insights. We finally got an agent's perspective, and it is what we probably guessed, which is JK's agent probably pissed. And yeah, good comments. Appreciate y'all. Stuff like this. Naman Jane, what's up? Came at the content. We don't need a play extension offer. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I think we're at a point where just wait and see. Seems like any prediction is valid right now, and let's hope that things change. And maybe just Jonathan, okay, he's not a fit, and what can we get? And I've actually done a little bit of dreaming. What if we overpaid for, I don't know, Denny Avdia on Portland, right? I know they wouldn't want to get rid of him, but think about it. Oh, you get Jonathan Kuminga, who will get, he's definitely going to get more than 20 million. I think it might be 30 million. I think there's a GM out there that goes, oh, I could really use him in my system, which isn't anything like Steve Kerr's system, and we'll roll out the red carpet for you, So think about an offense that contains Anthony Simons, Jonathan Kuminga, Shadon Sharp. I mean, why not, right? So I just gave you something to, just dream about. That's not a negative outcome. Denny Avdia would be like a poor man's Franz Wagner in our system, right? What do you think? Anyways, hey, everybody. Nah, Bruce, no, don't do that, Bruce. No conspiracies. Bruce. Man, no conspiracy theorists on here. Time out. Time him out. Anyways. SCW runs the motion offense. Yeah. I think it is a little easier without Steph on the floor. Not having the pressure of get the ball to Steph at SCW. Jimmy taking a spot. Yeah, that's basically what's happening. That's what Steve basically said today at practice. We'll have the interview up on our website later. Of course, I'd be doing it now, but it's we're doing the live. And I should probably I forgot to screenshot Matt. Oh, my fault. But I should probably let people know we're live at some point. I'm really excited to have Danny Emerman, though. So that's kind of juggling the whole social marketing aspect of this. Let's see if I can do this. Danny Emerman. Not yet, Danny. Don't hop on just yet because I'm working. I put a couple comments up on the screen for you guys. It's just haphazard. There's no. You probably commented, and I probably haven't seen your comment yet. Is what I'm getting at. I'm trying my darndest to get ready for Danny and make sure people know to be on here and catch up on your comments. And having Ricky G on here is going to be pretty groundbreaking as well. Like, that just doesn't happen all the time, you know? Oops. I said. I accidentally sent Danny a DM right now that was meant for myself. Hilarious. Shows you how bad I am at marketing. Hilarious. Danny, if you're listening, delete the last 2 DMs that I just sent you. Oops. So I'll get to your comments. We got all night, man. We got all night. I can't wait till Charlie jumps on. Klay's trainer is going to jump on when we watch Klay play. Isn't that cool? It's like a watch party with Klay Thompson's trainer, man. That's exciting. All right, let me just tweet out a couple right here. We might even get another podcaster in the world of Warriors podcasting. Okay, retweeted that. Gee, I hope this works. Sorry, comments are probably going without any supervision from me. And Danny's not on yet. Thank goodness I didn't leave him hanging in the green room. Is Danny Emerman on Threads? And what I'm gonna focus on behind the scenes stuff with Danny. I'm gonna say this later, but when he comes on, he's done a live stream with Tim Kawakami, and that went well for them and SF Standard. And I kind of don't want to talk about anything they talked about. You know, if you want to go hear a preview of the Rockets thing, Rocket series, or what have you, go over there and go check that out. But I want to do stuff while we have Danny. That's like stuff that I've been wanting to ask and hear about behind the scenes, as that is the case with us diehards of Dub Nation. Whoops. Messed up that thread. Okay, catch up on the comments. So sorry to not have put these on the screen when he was on. My fault. Fan base here? Our fan base? I hope you're not one of them. Can Matt see your chat? Probably didn't see it. Sorry about that. Let's see. Kimbo has a new profile pic. Pretty cool. Yeah, it's a tough job, isn't it? Although I would have found a way to play JK, I think, but we can't. One thing is for sure, okay? One thing is for sure on that whole thing. We cannot fire Steve Kerr, okay? Why? He's a genius during 7-game series. It's plain and simple. So I came to that conclusion today. We cannot fire Steve Kerr. So we got him for next 2 years. I mean, imagine like you'd have a mutiny from Steph and Draymond. And I forgot to ask Babcock about the stuff in the poll. Man, I suck. Even if you're age 10 and you start developing your basketball IQ, then JK came to the United States at age 13. He's still 3 years behind. I think it starts at age 7. I mean, just in general, anything that anybody becomes an expert at, the 10,000 hours. I think Steph started to nail 3-pointers when he was like 7. How old was he when he was with at morning shoot-arounds with or after practice at Charlotte? Let's look it up. Something we can look up. BKRef.com. Look at Stephen Curry, first of all, born in 1988, March 14th, 1988. Dell Curry, March 14th, 1988, which means in 1995, he was 7. In 1995, Steph was 7. Did a poll on how old you start building b-ball IQ. Okay, so 1995, where was he? Charlotte. Okay, so it matches up. I mean, he was there ever since he was born. 7, 8, 9, 10. So I think the answer is 7 through 10, actually, and I didn't even do that on purpose. Then he went to Milwaukee, and that, you know, you don't hear about the Milwaukee year about Steph, right? So ironically, Dell was a Hornet up until Steph was age 10, since birth. So I'm going to go with 7 to 10. I think that is actually the correct answer, and I should have asked Babcock. Okay. Aim assist is here. Danny Emerman is here. All right. Here we go, guys. Danny!
What's going on, Rich? Thanks for having me on, man.
Thanks for being on, man. Everybody, Danny Emerman, now with the San Francisco Standard. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. I'm excited for this series, heading to Houston tomorrow. Should be fun.
Yes, sir. Safe travels on that in advance. And I do want to say, because I was checking out your live stream with Tim Kawakami.
Oh, thank you.
A couple hours ago. And it just occurred to me, really, I'm not just blowing smoke here. Like, I'm really impressed by, like, clearly you write articles and you hopped on the live, but you're doing your homework. Like, somehow you know exactly how the Warriors rank in whatever category. And then also we listen to all the interviews post game here on every watch party. And I always love your follow-ups, because like it'll be something said on the podium, and that's not easy to do as a journalist, because you're kind of like, you know what you're going to write and all that. So you kind of leave it open there for, you got a little optionality too. So I just wanted to say, like, and I've been on the Warriors beat, you know, I first joined like 2009. So you really do. And this is not to like throw anybody else under the bus, but you really do. You're up there. And so I think you're going to be, I hope you stay a Warriors beat writer for a long time, because it's going to really benefit all of us. And you actually remind me a lot of Rusty Simmons.
Okay.
And I had just the utmost respect for him, because he was just so humble, and yet always asked great questions and things like that. So,
well, I appreciate that, and I hope I have the opportunity to stay on the beat for a long time too.
Awesome. Now, so that was just a long preface to say we are so honored to have you on here. And I think we're going to skip all the hot topics, because we've talked about them to death on here already. And I think it helps the SF Standard, because I'm just going to refer, you guys want a great Houston series preview. Danny and Tim Kawakami were going back and forth on a few things. I loved the dynamic, and you guys covered all the main points. So I don't want to like repeat that here, honestly. And besides, us psychos here on Let's Go Warriors, we want to hear about like Buddy Hield in the locker room, man. So like, we want to hear about that. Actually, I think that's a good thing to lead off on. So when you enter that locker room and maybe it's different at Chase, maybe it's different on the road, but just can you paint a picture for us what that's like?
Sure. Yeah. Pre-game, when you go into the locker room, it's usually pretty sparse. There's usually not much going on. Guys are getting their pre-game work in the training room, on the practice court. Most veteran players in this league don't really talk much pre-game, if at all. It's funny. I think I learned that from Chris Paul last year. He kind of just said, I don't talk pre-game. And I think a lot of players have learned that from Chris Paul too. He's been in a lot of locker rooms. They've kind of followed his lead on that. And then, post-game, there's usually a little bit more action. Guys are at their lockers, changing, around to talk, chat about the game, chat about their impressions of the other team. And that's a lot of, off the record, casual conversations. But I think they can be pretty informative. As much as I can watch the games and study the film, look at stats, I'll never know as much about basketball than the people in that locker room. So hearing from them, having that inform the way I look at the game, the way I try to bring the game to our readers and our audience is really huge. So I appreciate everybody for chatting and helping me learn about the game of basketball.
All right. So then at Chase Center, can you kind of tell us, we noticed that Jimmy Butler hadn't gone to the podium in a while. And I think that you guys talked about that with Tim. And then he finally went to the podium the other night because he was like huge. And of course the NBA wants him to be there. And Kawakami was awesome how he said, yeah, and the banner in the back with all the sponsors. So I'm sure that has something to do with it. But like when Jimmy wasn't going to the podium and like when you entered there, do you kind of like, let's say they won the game. Let's make that assumption because so everybody's feeling good. Is it like Buddy Hield is over there and they're already like what is that like with Buddy in there?
Yeah, Buddy's a pretty good, gregarious fellow. He's always chatting, win or loss, really. And I've been really impressed. Everybody has preconceived notions of a guy. I've never covered Buddy Hield before, but you hear stories one way or another about anyone, and the Warriors have really taken to Buddy Hield, his charisma, his personality. I can imagine how it might grate on people, but it hasn't. With the Warriors, they've really gravitated towards him, and they appreciate how light he keeps things. He always comes into the arena with a smile, and he'll talk too. Like he's pretty funny, even with the media. So yeah, the Buddy's always talking. He's talking to Jimmy. Jimmy's clapping back. Yeah, it's a pretty funny dynamic.
Yeah. How about like speaking of Jimmy, because on the court, Jimmy and Podz are like you can see there was one play the other night where like I think somebody was open, maybe it was Buddy, I'm not sure, but then he picked to throw the ball to Podz at the last second, something that we noticed. So is there how Podz is on the podium, or we certainly can get his vibe, but how's he like in the dynamic of the locker room as well?
He's usually pretty quiet. I think he was louder last year for one reason or another. I think this season has been very interesting for him. He had to go through a lot in the beginning of the season. He kind of got humbled, and then he got injured, and then he started playing really well again. I think, those two things are connected. You might not see the type of player that he has been in the second half of the season without the stumbles in the beginning. I think that was big for him to go through, like really foundational for a young player to have some struggles in your second year, and to persevere through them. I think, he's usually in the locker room, on his phone, whatever. But he's been pretty good with the media recently. We talked to him today. We talked to him the other day before the playing game. I think he's one of the sharper players, even in a media setting. Like, he'll tell you interesting nuggets about a game plan, about a team they're playing. One of the more interesting things that he said today, that anybody said today at practice, was that he thinks the Rockets are a team that wins by missing.
Yeah.
And I thought that was really astute. I'd never heard anyone say that before.
Yeah. That was pretty profound.
It's kind of like a backhanded compliment, right?
I know, right?
But
he's good at those.
yeah, he is. But it's true. The Rockets are an excellent offensive rebounding team. They struggle to score in the half court. But if they're getting half of their misses, they're going to have success. They can ground you down. They can create second chances. It might not look super pretty, but they can really wear a team down if they're getting second, third, fourth opportunities in a trip. So they can win by missing.
Yeah, and I agree with you when you told Tim on your live stream. I'm really impressed by Sengun. Like, that game didn't back down from Draymond, and I think after the little altercation came right back, although Draymond switched off, came right back with an and one on somebody. What do you got to see Sengun, from the media standpoint, credentialed media standpoint, you got to see him up close. And so what's he what do you think about Sengun coming up in this series?
Yeah, he's very physical. He's not like a prototypical, like, soft European big. One of the reasons that Draymond was getting, fed up and angsty in that possession was because the previous few possessions, Sengun was shoving him around a little bit. And Draymond usually doesn't get moved like that.
Yeah.
So that can get to a player, and he can tire him out a little bit. Playing center for Draymond is one of the more tiring things for him. He has to have a low center of gravity, and he has to box out every play, and he has to be in every action. It's very taxing.
Yeah.
So Sengun, is a super physical player, and he can do that. And that's going to be one of the biggest battles to watch in a 7-game series, or a best of 7 series, where, if this series goes 7, the Rockets and Warriors will have played each other 12 times this year. Familiarity in this league, it breeds clashes. And, these teams don't like each other. It's going to be tense. There's bad blood. If you see a team like that 12 times, like, the bad blood is going to boil over. So one of the themes today was poise, discipline, and not even just in those game within the game matchups, but with taking care of the ball, with executing late in close situations, with committing to, diving on loose balls and committing to fighting on the glass. Like, that's all discipline. And that's probably what's going to determine the series.
Also, today, Steve was up on the podium, and you mentioned this in your live stream, and I went and checked it out, was how he mentioned that when Draymond gets fatigued, it kind of manifests itself in the frustration that he shows. And then, so speaking around that part about fatigue, what do you think Quinten Post's impact could be this series? And also, just in general, I feel like the team has an opportunity to kind of improve or change its identity for the better as the playoffs go, which also gets back to Jonathan Kuminga. You never know. We'll see game 1, how many minutes he plays there. But Quinten Post especially, what can you say about Quinten, just being up close with him and his presence in the locker room as well, and how it relates to this upcoming series and Draymond?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I could go any which way with that, but he's been a revelation this year on the court as the 52nd pick, making an impact. He's very grateful to the coaching staff, to Steve Kerr, for giving him a chance to do that. And I think what stands out about Quinten is that he knows his strengths and he leans into them. He knows what he's out there to do, and that's shoot a bunch of threes. Only one player in the league took more threes per 36 minutes than Quinten Post. He's getting them up, and he knows that's what he's out there to do. he also knows when to make the right play. I think there's been a few shot attempts this year that were kind of heat checky, that were maybe ill-advised, but not many. Usually he's either shooting or he's making the right play to keep the ball moving. I think that's been really valuable. I think the coaching staff recognizes that. I think they even recognize when he's fighting on the boards, when he's diving for loose balls, like even defensively, when he's in the right positions, he's made strides in that department. He still fouls too much. He's still going to have trouble with foot speed, but he's usually in the right spots. And I think he could have, an impact in the series. I think when Houston plays both of their bigs, countering with Quinten Post, who's another big, to at least match size inside, but also pull one of the centers away from the hoop. I think that could be a nice counter that the Warriors have in their back pocket. And I think if Jonathan Kuminga is going to contribute in this series, his minutes will probably be tied to Quinten Post, because you have to play him with more spacing. And one way to do that is to do Kuminga at the 4, Post at the 5. That's one alignment that they might be able to go to for stretches. I don't know if they will, but if you see Kuminga out there, I'd imagine that it'll be with Post too.
Yeah, and I wanted to just I know the answer because I saw the live stream, but and then read your article. But everybody go check out the Quinten Post feature that Danny just wrote for the SF Standard, and you'll get your surprise answer as to who was first in the league as a 5 that shot more threes per 36 than Quinten Post. All right. So overall, though, we've got a question here. Overall, what do you think the keys will be for Sunday, game 1, which might not be the same keys for further games, but just to get, started in this series, what do you think the keys are to take the first game in Houston?
Yeah. Thanks, Tim, for the question. Thanks for following along. I think that the biggest keys in game 1 and probably throughout the series is to limit turnovers. Houston really struggles in the half court, to score the ball. And that's been a constant throughout the regular season. So that's something that should be sticky. That should hold true in a playoff series. The way that they get consistent offense is if they generate turnovers and they get out and run, they get their athletes in open space. Tari Eason, Amen Thompson, Dillon Brooks, getting downhill in transition off turnovers. That's the best way Houston generates offense. So if the Warriors can limit their turnovers, and specifically the live ball turnovers, the self-inflicted mistakes, the crazy passes, the hit-aheads, all of those, I think they'll probably be in pretty good shape in game 1 and throughout.
Speaking of forcing turnovers on the Rockets' part, they're obviously going to be super physical on Steph. Amen Thompson, obviously a beast of an athlete. How has Steph looked just up close? He's got the tailbone and now he's got the right thumb. Does he look a little? I mean, he'll get some rest now until Sunday, but how beat up was he kind of the other night?
He'll never tell you, ever.
Yeah.
That's one of Steph's least favorite questions. How you feeling?
Yeah.
How banged up are you?
Yeah.
So I think in this case, the way you phrase the question's right. Like, it's all about eye test. And I think he's looked pretty good. He's looked pretty quick off the dribble recently. He's been getting by people. I think one play late in Memphis that I don't think anybody will highlight really was when they were double teaming him on the inbounds play. It was a clear foul situation, and the Warriors definitely wanted to get him the ball. So he kind of crossed up 2 defenders at once without the ball to get open. I think that's an example of like how his dexterity, his his lateral movement, he's so quick even throughout all the injuries, even at 37 years old. That's a good play where you can kind of tell he's moving pretty well. And this week off is huge for him too.
Yeah, totally. huge for all the older guys. What's one thing over the last, wow, what a last month it's been, right? Like ever since Miami, really, right? Can you, I mean, how fatigued are you? Because like it seems like every other game and a back-to-back here and there. So,
and I'm living the dream. I can't complain at all. It's all good, and I'm excited to follow this run, chronicle it as long as it may go. This is why we play. This is what's up. I can't be tired now. I'm only 26 years old. If I'm tired, I don't know how anybody else on the beat's going to do it.
So one last thing I kind of wanted to get into was, I kind of wanted to stay away from Kuminga a little bit, but sometimes you just talk about stuff and that's going to come up. Is one thing I thought was that maybe the coaching staff was also equally as drained as the players over the course of the last part of the season after Miami. And so maybe it's just, kind of, you're really trying to like put some equations, and it's really physics to try and figure out how to incorporate JK into all of that. And then maybe the coaching staff is just like, let's just be a DNP and just kind of keep it simple, that kind of thing. Did you sense any of that? I don't know how you want to take that, but I guess I'm trying to, further justify, like, I'm sure it's a question among journalists as well, is why a DNP? Why not just find him 10 minutes?
Yeah, I knew heading into the Clippers game, I had heard that he was scripted out for 0 minutes, and I was shocked when I heard that.
Mm-hmm.
But the logic that Steve has, you really can't argue with it. And he's kind of on a heat check now, spanning back to the Olympics with benching Tatum.
Yeah.
And this is kind of an extension of that. Kuminga is not the player Jason Tatum is, but in a similar context, like he's, the fourth or fifth or sixth, most impactful player on the team. And Steve is deciding that other combinations is an important word because it's not individuals. Other combinations give them a better chance to win. And we're going to find out if he's right. But like I mentioned with Tim on our live stream, in the Olympics, he didn't bury Tatum for the whole time. He got a DNP or two, and then he brought him back into the fold, and he made an impact, and he rebounded, and he played defense. I can see that happening for Kuminga. I think it's going to happen in the series. I think he's going to call his number. Kuminga will have to stay ready like Jason Tatum did. And it's a lot to ask from a young player who has been yo-yoed around, who hasn't always had the best relationship with the coaching staff. That much is clear. There's always been tension between him and his camp and Steve Kerr, right or wrong. So he's going to have to be ready mentally for when he's called upon to make an impact and to defend and to actually commit to rebounding and doing all the little things that he hasn't always done consistently. Because that's what Steve is getting out of Gary Payton II, out of Guy Santos, the guys who he's chosen to play over him, who are less talented, but he can rely on them to defend, to dive on loose balls, to rebound. He doesn't think he can trust Kuminga to do all those things all the time. Yeah. I think that Kuminga's athleticism is going to be required to match that of Houston's. And I think the coaching staff will determine something similar. So I think they'll at least try Kuminga. But again, he's got to be ready. If he doesn't play well, if he's not engaged, I could easily see them going away from it.
Yeah, and one other thing I've been thinking of lately is that Jonathan came over to the United States at age 13. So one theory I have is that his basketball IQ started at age 13, whereas the average guy that's in the NBA probably started at age, 10 at worst, right? So it probably 3 years behind on the basketball IQ development side of things. So
I think
Yeah,
everybody's different, you know? I don't disagree with that theory. It's kind of like Gladwellian, like, you probably can't prove it either way. But,
yeah.
you know, Quinten Post didn't start playing basketball until he was 11. He
Mhm.
kinda knows how to play with Steph and get him the ball and screen and rescreen. I
Good
just
point.
think everyone's a little different.
All right, last thing, and I'll let you go, is what are you most looking forward to when you get to Houston? It could be anything.
Yeah. I'm excited for the actual games. You know, I've never covered a playoff series before. Like I said earlier, this is why we play. This is the big time. It's showtime. All eyes are on the Warriors right now. Like, if not the most anticipated first round series, one of them for sure.
Yeah.
Um, I'm excited for those games. I'm excited to probably hit a Houston Astros game too.
Oh,
That'll be
cool.
fun in between games. I've
Yeah.
never been to that ballpark before. I'm a huge baseball fan. You know, I don't know if you or people in the chat know, but I used to cover the San Francisco Giants.
Yeah,
I
that's
still
right.
play fantasy baseball. Like,
Oh,
I'm
cool.
a big baseball guy, so it'll be cool to see that ballpark. I think they've got the Blue Jays this week, so that'll be fun.
Nice. All right. Yeah, good for you. Glad the Astros are hosting somebody while you're out there. Get
Yeah,
some
it worked
old
out.
big league experience out there. Cool.
If anyone has any Giants questions, let me know.
Yeah, yeah, totally. I'll definitely well, we have more of an international crowd, but
Okay.
yeah, I'll definitely push that front. I might have some for you because
Yeah.
I'm like a casual Giants fan, you know. So so I'll ask you next time. But thanks for hopping on, Danny. Really appreciate your time and travel safe and all that, and keep up the great work. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Rich. Thanks to everyone for watching and writing in. I appreciate you all. Have a good one.
Take care.
Giants are not good enough to be the Dodgers. Thank you.
Bruce, of course, it's Bruce. All right, then. Awesome. Danny. Bruce, what do you care? You're a Marlins fan. Yeah, I know. You're a Marlins fan. Admit it. Admit it. All right. Let's see. Oh, cool. We'll probably have Ricky G on right now. And I've got Atlanta Hawks and Miami Heat on my screen. So we could always just kind of talk about that as we go. This will be the question in the poll will be good for Ricky G. And we'll talk a little bit about how crazy people are on Twitter when Ricky G jumps on, because he's like a paladin in hell over there. Yankees fan. Everybody says that. We will not have Dean Chambers, unfortunately, tonight because he's working. Dean, where are you? Is he in the chat? Dean, no. Only Dean gone. Oh, personal X factor. Dray not falling into the Sengun mind games. Yeah, I don't know that Sengun plays any mind games, but no, he's just solid. No, honestly, I think Danny's going to be a star. He's going to be the next Slater, I think. So he's doing a great job, and hopefully he stays a beat writer for on the Warriors for a long time, because we get the benefit from that. All the what was I going to say? Sorry. All the nice follow-up questions that he has for people, and he's just really good with that. There we go. Boom. So we'll get Ricky G on here. Do you guys know Ricky G? If you're on Twitter, you probably do. But it's good to have him on, and now we can really analyze the Kuminga situation from a coach's standpoint. Yeah, I know Ricky G. No, I like how he tries to educate up on that app. But it's a really dangerous place to be because there's a lot of crazy people on there that I mentioned in the podcast. Go check out the podcast. At the end of the podcast, Dean and I talk about how we're just kind of different. We're kind of different here on Let's Go Warriors. And I'm show you the podcast screen. Since you're on YouTube already, here's the YouTube version. It's on Spotify and iTunes. If you just look up podcast, end of podcast has me and Dean talking about how LGW is different. There you go. What are your thoughts on Podz and Moody as starters? Yeah, absolutely. No, just keep playing. I think they'll get better and better. Great experience for them, and they'll get better. They'll keep getting better. And we got the Honorable Ricky G in the house. Hey, Ricky.
How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
Hey, it's an honor to have you. Everybody, this is Ricky G. If you're on Twitter, you probably know him. And yeah, I commend your honorable, like you're a paladin in hell dealing with all those kids on Twitter. So I appreciate everything you're out there.
Some of them are grown men.
I know. Well, they're still kids in a way.
But yeah, I guess to me they are. Yeah.
Yeah, no, but it's I always kind of, if people just go follow Ricky G on Twitter, then you will get sort of you will be updated on what outrageous things are being said out there. That's how I can keep track of all the outrageous things that are being said out there, is because you're able to try and put your 2 cents in, and the common sense keep people who are on Twitter, that happen to be on Twitter, that are not crazed. But welcome to Let's Go Warriors. I'm sure you'll find us to be a little bit different than that. But we wanted to talk about actually Jonathan Kuminga, because that's a hot topic. But I've coached Asian American circuit. I don't know if you know, it's like very like below the radar in it's very below the radar in California. Like I don't even think there's like really people talk about it social media wise. They just show up and play in tournaments. So we used to like enter our teams, try and find guys. I once ran a league up in the Bay eons ago. We had like 100 teams at our peak, and I took a bunch of all-stars from it. And there's a lot of Asians that played in it. And then I take this all-star team to like tournaments all over the country. That's like Asian tournaments and stuff. And then one day, like a couple of them, because there's like little pockets of friends, and a couple of them left my team to go play on the new team they were forming with all their friends from Oakland. And that's like my personal Kevin Durant experience. So like, it happens. It's just basketball.
What years are we talking about here? What years did you do this in Oakland?
That would have been the league was started in 2002 and hit its peak. Maybe 2007 was the peak. 2008.
I was still living in Oakland at that time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I probably hired some refs that you knew.
I'm sure. I mean,
did you know Paul Bates? R.I.P. He was my guy. Paul Bates ran Oakland Parks and Rec.
But I was in Oakland and ball. I was in Oakland between between 98 and 2007.
Ah, yeah. Okay. What gym did you frequent?
Well, the gym that my AAU team played out of was Rainbow Rec Center.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow.
That's where all my AAU teams were.
That's
Or,
crazy. That's the one gym that I hardly ever used. I only
But
used
we used
Rainbow
to-
one time.
but my teams used to play Bush Run all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, we
Yeah.
were at Bushrod every Sunday, wall to wall, like 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. It was Charles Crawford was my guy for that was back in the day when you could rent a gym just by relationships. These days, it's crazy.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of money. The insurance is tough.
Exactly. But talking about Jonathan, so just from my own experience being in gyms all the time, and just like I've been there where I've benched a guy myself, but I didn't DNP him, you know. I would have maybe not started him, but yeah.
Every coach, and you know this since you coach, every coach decision has a backstory.
Mm-hmm.
What is the backstory? See, a lot of us don't know the backstory. If we're not in that building, if we're not in the practices, if we're not in that huddle, we don't know the backstory. There's a backstory here. I don't know what it is, but there's a backstory. But I think he plays in the Houston series, and I think he'll play in the Lakers series, and I think they're not going to go deep without Kuminga. They're going to need him.
Yeah,
that's my view.
How about the thought that, oh, you DNP'd me? I'm just looking at from the kid's point of view. Do you think his role will become big enough by the end of this run that this was just a bump in the road?
You never know because every player is different. The problem with Kuminga now, let's say Kerr plays him in game one.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say he has a couple mistakes. Do you pull it?
I know, right?
Yeah. See, the problem is, the thing is, I personally think when Kerr didn't play him the last two games, I personally think he lost him. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe Kuminga's more mentally tough than I expect. I mean, you got to be mentally tough to get DNP 2 games when you've been playing and you're trying to get a contract, you're trying to get paid. Are you conspiring against me so I don't get paid? Are you not playing me because I don't fit? Are you not playing me because a vet told you nothing? I have to believe Kerr's told Kuminga why he's not playing. I have to believe he's told him. Mm-hmm. So if he's told him, then that gives you a better idea on how he might handle it when he plays. But I don't know. It's tough. Some kids can handle it. Some kids can't.
Yeah.
But you can't play looking over your shoulder.
True. Yeah, that's very true. And a part of me also is thinking, and we'll kind of get into this part of Kuminga's, do you think, I mean, just based on your experience coaching kids through AAU, wouldn't you say the average AAU kid would have been pissed by that? And then secondly, maybe Kuminga's family is just different than that average, right? And then thirdly, Kuminga came to the U.S. at age 13. So this was one of the theories that I had going on, just trying to think positively actually about it, is maybe JK, because you and I know that if JK had some Guy Santos in him, he'd be like an all-star, right? If he knew how to do all those hustle things.
You can wait a minute. You can also say if Guy had JK's athleticism, he'd be an all-star.
Exactly. No, yeah, that's equivalent. So it's not a knock on Guy. But coming to the US at age 13, do you think maybe JK, and I know everybody's different, just wanted to hear your thoughts on I'm just throwing a whole bunch at you. He's coming to the US at age 13. Maybe his basketball IQ is a few years behind the average AAU kid.
Well, there's no questions behind. I mean, when did he really start playing basketball? Where did he get his coaching? He didn't play college. He didn't play on the AAU circuit. I mean, I'm not saying he hasn't because I don't know who he's been around. But the problem that JK runs into, he's playing for two of the greatest shooters that ever played, Curry and Kerr. And shooters have a basketball lens to where they don't like players that hold the ball.
Mm-hmm.
See, the best defense for Steph Curry is a teammate that holds the ball.
Right.
You saw it in the USA team when Kerr moved in and Tatum off the first group because they were hurting Steph. Now they were playing for Steph. Yeah, I thought Butler, one of the reasons why I wasn't really thrilled about trading for Butler, I thought he held the ball. But Butler's adjusted. Butler's not holding the ball, even though he is playing more ISO now, but he's not holding the ball from Steph. So that's why I liked Wiggins. Wiggins played in the flow of the offense and never shot it. Wiggins never took any shots from Steph. So that's why Lamb played over Kuminga. See, a lot of people, if you go back to the Kuminga Lamb deal, the guys that were telling you Lamb should never play over Kuminga are now the same guys telling you Kuminga should never play because he holds the ball, he don't pad, blah 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 blah. You're contradicting yourself. You didn't see this. This is why I fought everybody on the Lamb. The reason why Lamb played, he didn't hold the ball. That's just straight up true. I even showed the numbers on the usage where JK would hold the ball and Lamb didn't. But see, now they've come back because they don't like Kuminga, so now they're taking the other side. Well, he shouldn't play because he holds the ball. Well, you were arguing with me, Lamb should never play over Kuminga. Well, the reason why he played over Kuminga is he didn't hold the ball. It's just, these guys, they change their agendas every week.
I actually did a video back then on Lamb because one game I noticed that he did some really interesting things on defense that helped the team win that particular game. So I didn't think Lamb was all that bad, actually.
Well, he was a good fit for Steph. He
Yeah.
contested rebounds and he didn't hold the ball. Now, if you go back to the Kings playoff, if you remember, Kuminga let a rebound hit the floor. Kerr benched him and never played him again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Kerr's tough, one thing about Kerr only cares about winning. Kerr don't care about what you think, what I think, what the media thinks. I mean, the man's got 9 rings. He's played with the best. He's had the best seat in the house. That's why he had the balls to sit Tatum and move into the second unit. Kerr don't care.
Yeah, exactly.
And he got away with it. He won. He won the goal. So what are you going to say to him?
Yeah, and that's also what makes him who he is.
Yeah, he don't care. Kerr's only about rings. He don't care. Now, Kerr's loyalty to Steph and Draymond will be his downfall at some point in time.
Yeah.
Because Kerr's going to go down with them. He's not going to. Kerr would never put Kuminga in over look what they did with Poole over Klay. They're not going to do that. I don't give a shit how good he is or if he's better, whatever. They're loyal to each other, and rightfully so. They've earned that right. They got 4 rings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so kind of 2 summers from now, boy, it's gonna. That's where kind of we're a little concerned in terms of about the DNP on JK really puts his salary slot in a who knows what's going to happen, but like you'd hate to have it inch towards like he's unhappy and demands a trade later on type of deal. So like then you start looking at the cap sheet for the next couple of years and it's like, okay, depending on what you can get back for Kuminga, if it doesn't work out and that's, decided. I mean, we talked about the other side of this, which is maybe JK could be incorporated, but then it's up to, and it's tough for a kid like him to come off with 2 DNPs. But like, boy, it certainly looks like a brick wall the summer of 2027.
Well, Kuminga's going to get paid. Somebody's going to pay him.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. I think so. It only takes 1 GM, right?
Somebody's going to pay. Yeah. He's got too much athleticism. He's too raw. And they're going to say, and their reason will be that he was in bad circumstances, which is just true. All kids. I used to tell people say, well, the Warriors should have drafted LaMelo. I tell people all the time, Kerr would have trusted GP2 before he would have trusted LaMelo.
That's true. Yeah.
That's just fair. He's old school. He's not going to trust a kid.
Yeah. And also in that draft, I think just people forget. I mean, Wiseman looked pretty damn good on tape in terms of the Jordan, the Hoop Summit. He looked pretty impressive.
Wiseman had circumstances. There was another kid that didn't have a lot of basketball in him. Then he got hurt, and then he had COVID. He had a lot of factors.
Oh yeah, game changed right before his eyes. Here's a question for you. Well, I think I know the answer to that, but do you think should stick with their small ball style? I think what Ricky has been saying, I already know what you're going to say. I mean, Steve Kerr is Steve Kerr.
Well,
So,
it's not just Steve Kerr. Draymond Green and Steph Curry believe in small ball. That's the way they want to play. They believe that's their advantage. So they're going to die on small ball.
yeah. So
Or
speaking
win.
of,
They're either going to win or die on small ball. They're not going big.
and so far they've won 4 titles that way. So,
and that's the way Steph wants to play.
Yeah, people forget, Andrew Bogut was not a starter when they won that first ring.
Well, Bogut
was
I was talking about this on another show. Bogut screen setting was criminal. Players would die on his screen. I had NBA players tell me when Bogut was gone, they said now at least it'd be a little bit easier to guard players now because they would die on his screen. So.
Oh yeah, and that's another reason why JK his minutes went, cratered is that GP2 actually sets pretty good screens for Steph, or at least they're connected. So if you're going to play GP2 more, and I can see where you want to trust him, he want a ring for you in 22, then JK plays that same spot as GP. So we're getting more of the insights on Gary Payton and screen setting as well. And that's where it's funny how I'm sure you get a lot of we need a big man, which is, this is good dovetail. Every time somebody hops in our chat on that, we kind of go, all right, does your big man, does he set better screens than Looney? And can he shoot better threes than Quinten Post? Because if he can't do either of those, then how is he going to fit with the system?
He's not going to play. That's Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, speaking of question on Quinten Post and Santos, I actually think, speaking of the brick wall that'll come with the contracts ending in summer 2027, boy, they could really do some stuff with Quinten Post long term. How do you see him as a baller and a future veteran?
I'm curious to see if Post gets a lot of minutes versus Houston. Teams with speed sometimes can bother Post. Now he might match up with Sengun, but when Sengun comes out, I don't know. I'm interested to see how this works out because sometimes with speed, Kerr doesn't play Post, and Houston's got athletes everywhere.
Yeah,
Santos is a good short minutes role player. I know a lot of people are high on him. He wins 50-50 balls.
Yeah,
but I'm not sure.
Hey, since you have ties to Oakland, did you ever get a chance to see Amen or Ausar play?
You know what? It's funny you brought that up. I did not know anything about the Twins until I watched the TBT, and I saw them 5 minutes, and I heard they're from Oakland. And I started calling on my Oakland guys. Who the hell are these guys? These guys are lottery picks.
Wow.
I mean, I jumped on them. I saw them play 5 minutes. I said, these guys are lottery picks. I don't care if they can't shoot. I don't care if they're older than everybody in their class. These two guys are dudes. You grab. I'll move furniture. I have tweets saying I would move furniture to draft both of them.
Yeah. What was I going to say? TBT. That's the basketball tournament. That's the one where like a bunch of alumni from Ohio State will get together. So what team did they play on?
I don't remember, but I saw them 5 minutes. I mean, I saw these guys. I didn't know who they were, and then I heard they're from Oakland. Of course, I immediately jumped on the phone to the guys I know in Oakland. I'm like, who are these guys? And then they gave me the backstory.
Wow.
But the one Houston guy he's a player, bro. And he gives Steph troubles. He gives Steph some issues.
Yeah, that's right. Do you know what program out of Oakland they came from?
I don't, but I think they played at a private school. I want to say the school in Napa first, but I could be wrong.
Right. Okay. All right.
But I'm not sure. See, I left. I haven't been around Oakland long enough. I'm aware of the Napa private school, but I don't know much about it. Mostly everybody that was any good in Oakland played for the Soldiers when I was in AA Youth Rugby.
Yeah. So did LeBron.
Yeah, LeBron. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that team, LeBron and Perkins, and I mean, that team was loaded. That team got beat a few times too.
Yeah, Oakland Soldiers have a heck of a legacy.
Well, Calvin Andrews started all that. Calvin Andrews is straight up. He's a good guy.
Oh, good. Yeah, he's got a lot of power.
Well, he's an agent now, but his big player was Drew Gooden, whose little brother Gooden's little brother used to play for my AAU team. And then Gooden used to be around our practices all the time.
Nice. Yeah, so I think I saw just a couple tweets here and there. You know, I don't spend a lot of time on that app. It can be a little I don't know, stressful. But are you gonna actually get off of Twitter, or we call it shitter, Xitter?
You know, I'm not going. After this playoff, I won't be the engagement that I normally am.
Yeah,
I'm not going to argue with these guys anymore that never played. I'm
Yeah,
going to leave it alone. I'm going to leave my account up. I'll chit chat with some guys that I like to talk ball with, and then I'll go about my business. And that's it. This is it for me, the playoffs, as far as every day. You know, when I was working my Twitter recently, I was doing over 1 million to 1.5 million hits a day.
wow. Yeah.
And I answer everybody. See, I don't believe if you're going to send a tweet out, I believe you owe the person that responds to you respect to respond back. I don't believe in just firing off a tweet and go hide. I don't. What's the point of tweeting? If you're not going to stand defend it, what's the point? So I try to speak to everybody. I speak to the trolls. I speak to the haters. I speak to the ex-hat police. I don't care. If you want to talk ball, let's talk ball. All I ask is give me an explanation. But all that's done. I'm done with that after the playoff.
Yeah. Well, you're welcome to hang out here anytime, man.
Just all you gotta do is send me a clip. If I'm free, I'll be more than happy to jump on.
Thanks, man. Especially, you know, when you aren't able to share your wisdom anymore on the 180 character format, I'll call it. But
I'm doing a show tomorrow in Nigeria.
Oh, that's amazing.
It is amazing.
Like,
I'm going to be talking to guys that are from Nigeria. It's Nigeria time. I'm meeting their time.
Yeah,
so and there's a couple of them I believe are involved in the Africa scouting department or what. I'm not sure exactly what they are, but I'm looking forward to it. I love talking basketball with everybody, especially people outside our country and different. You know, I want to hear what they got to say. See, I'm a guy. I prefer to ask the questions than answer the questions. Now, I might have a follow-up question for you, but I like to hear everybody else's philosophy, and I do love to talk to people who see it different than me. I love to hear the philosophy. I like coaches' philosophy I don't agree with, but I want to hear how you do it and why you do it.
Yeah, try to find somebody from the Philippines to talk to, because they are just wow. They bleed.
You know, I had a kid. This is several years ago. He was about 12.
Yeah. He
sends me a DM. He says, "Can you work with me on my shot?" Okay. Where you at? We're in the Philippines. This kid had I don't even know what it was, like a milk carton.
Wow.
In an alley, left-handed. I spent 3 to 4 months with him a couple times a week working on his shot on FaceTime. And the kid turned out to be a pretty good shooter. He finally went to a real basket hoop and rim, and we got it worked out. And he was a little left-handed guard. He was a good shooter. We did all that on FaceTime in the DMs in an alley in the Philippines.
That's amazing.
It is amazing.
How old was this kid?
Maybe 12.
Ah, that's amazing. Wow. We got a few people in the Philippines in the chat right now, so I'm sure they'll appreciate that. So yeah, I'd love to hear that. That's awesome. You ever get a chance, check out the book Pacific Rims by Rafe Bartholomew. It's a basketball book about him in the Philippines on a Rhodes Scholarship, and he just the different levels of basketball in the Philippines, from what you just described on the street on a dirt court where the rim is not even a real rim to the PBA, the professional league out there, the Philippines Basketball Association. That's one of the best books I've ever read. And he's a really good writer.
What's the name of that book again?
Pacific Rims. Yeah.
Is it on Amazon? I'm gonna send a message.
Yeah. It's actually a pretty old book. It might be
okay.
like 15, 20 years old now, but it's awesome. And talks about like him just, well, I don't want to spoil it though, but he's walking around.
I would love to read it. I would love to read it.
He's just walking around looking for a court to play because he likes to play basketball too. He's not only a journalist, but he's a basketball player. And he stumbles upon nature, let's call it, on his way to the basketball court. And it was just such a funny little thing that you're never going to find anywhere except the Philippines.
I was approached here recently in San Diego because I was thinking about getting back in the gym and getting a team. Of getting some Mexican kids from Tijuana. But I guess they're playing some basketball down there now. And I've had a couple of guys approach me about trying to get them together and form an AAU tour to play in California. I'm not sure how that's going to work out. But that's something I would like to do. I'd like to get back in the gym and either work with kids or even maybe coach a team again. Just something to do. Get back to the youth. You know, everybody's basketball genius is on the X app, but you ask them to go coach a team, they're not interested.
Yeah. Somebody's joking that you're the James Bond. Either that or a James Bond villain. You could pass for a James Bond villain right now. No, but it's great just talking hoops with you. Speaking of San Diego, as ironic as it seems, I got family in San Diego, but I'm next Friday I'll be there and I'm meeting with Steve Lavin.
Steve Lavin's an interesting guy. I met Steve Lavin when he was on a recruiting trip in the Bay Area. He was recruiting a big out of De La Salle. Lavin's one of the first guys that sent my son a letter. Lavin sent my son a letter as an 8th grader.
Wow.
He sent my son a full package. I got to meet Lavin a little bit. He won't remember me. It's one time, talking to my son. But Lavin's a great guy. Yeah. His dad was a great guy.
Yeah.
But Steve, you get to meet Steve Lavin. He's a good dude.
Well, I met him through his dad, of all things.
Yeah, no, his dad's a great guy. His dad, wasn't he from the Marin area or somewhere? Up in that area? Yeah. I stood next to his dad one time at a Cal game. My son was on the recruiting list for Cal. And
nice.
I sat next to Lavin's dad. In fact, they were playing UCLA, but Lavin was coaching.
Crazy.
I had Lavin's dad on my right, and I had the agent. What's the agent's name in the Bay Area, the big one?
Bill Duffy.
I had Bill Duffy on my left.
Yeah.
Bill Duffy's another great guy. Talked to Bill Duffy for an hour about basketball. He has no idea who I was or cared who I was, but he was the most pleasant man, most honest, straightforward guy. And that was before he got, he wasn't big at that time. He was just getting started.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Yeah, those are two good guys.
Yeah. Yes, sir. No, it's a blessing to know Steve. It's eons ago. You ever hear the movie Year of the Yao? It's a documentary on Yao Ming. It's like 2004 or something like that. And I knew a guy who knew a guy that was the producer of the movie. So I wanted to get the movie out here for my Asian American basketball people. So I ran a screening over at Palace of the Fine Arts. And so I was asking everybody to attend that. And it ended up that I knew one of the refs in my Asian league worked at USF. And so they knew Cappy Lavin. So we invited Cappy, and then Cappy said, "Oh, you got to meet my son, Steve." And so it was just like, that's how it works. You just.
Now, is Steve living in San Diego now?
Yeah, he's coach of San Diego University.
Did he coach it last year?
Yeah. Last couple of years. The private school.
I don't remember him there this year.
Yeah. Light blue.
He was hanging around a gymnast when I was around him. That gymnast, she was She was something.
Oh, really?
That's another thing. Yeah, she was a gymnast from UCLA. That's who he was running with.
Oh, okay.
So,
Oh,
yeah,
cool.
that was a good dude. He's another guy that's humble.
Yeah, he's awesome. He reminds me of Steve Kerr, actually. Just the demeanor and I don't know about the X's and O's. I don't know about that.
Kerr and Luke Walton, those guys live in La Jolla.
Yeah.
The only guy I used to see out and about a lot in San Diego was Jim Lampley. I'd see him all the time. I used to see him all the time. That's cool.
But we appreciate all your knowledge, and especially finding out that you helped out a kid in the Philippines. That's
Look
just
at all these Philippine followers you got. I need them to hit my line and be on my line. I would love to talk to the Philippines.
I know it's tough to be
people. The Philippine people are great people. You know.
Oh, heck yeah.
I mean, I used to run with a guy that was Philippine. He was the best. I mean, he's a doctor now, but he was a basketball fan. He was a Kobe freak, a Lakers fan.
Mm-hmm.
No, yep. Philippines are great people and great food.
Mm-hmm. And any major city you go to, there's a Filipino league. That's how passionate they are about basketball. They'll immigrate to the United States and start a basketball league anywhere they immigrate. It's amazing. Like, that's not easy to do, you know? So I have a lot of respect.
Yeah, I used to play the last league I played in before I finally said I'm done. I played in a 6'4" and under league in Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah.
And we ran into a Filipino team. I think they were all 6'4". It was weird. I mean,
yeah.
And it was a small gym. It wasn't a regular court. It was a smaller court. 6'4" and under, and everybody was about 6'2" to 6'4". It was a nasty league. It was speed, and it was athletic. That was a good league. That was the last time I played that I enjoyed playing. After that, I was done. When I was done, I was done. So,
and you know what's great about like our experience with, like, I call it below the rim basketball, is that we can therefore really appreciate WNBA, because that's a lot of great below the rim type basketball being played.
If you want to learn the game, if you're coaching a team, you want to learn the game, watch the girl.
Exactly.
They run more sets. They run more schemes.
What do you know about Valkyries coming up? Do you know? I mean, one of our.
I don't know much about them. They're going to struggle. I mean,
yeah, for sure.
There's not enough talent to have an expansion team. It's just.
Yeah. It'll take a couple of years, but
it's going to take some time. But they'll take care of it in the Bay and they'll support it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know. Yeah, some of these people I recognize on my line on your chat here. But there's a lot of them I haven't seen. I'd love to have them on everybody's welcome on my line. I'll talk to everybody.
Oh, yeah. No, I just purposely don't. Yeah, I can't be on that app anymore. I can observe, but I'm not going to engage anybody.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Appreciate it. Yeah. So you're definitely kind of scaling back after the playoffs then, huh?
Yeah. I went back to work too. I got a business to run now. I got the toys I purchased I want to play in, and I'm just going to move on. I'm not going to beat my head against the wall.
Yeah.
If you want to talk baseball, I'll talk with you. If you want to argue and you want to tell me how smart you are and you never played, I don't even get the hell out of here.
Exactly. No, but we definitely want to have you on, especially when the playoffs are over and it, in the Bay Area, the attention is going to turn to the Valkyries, even if they do struggle. So we'll probably have you on and we can talk below the rim basketball at that time.
Anytime, just hit me up. I appreciate you, man.
Appreciate you, Ricky G. Take care. And guess what, guys? We've got the next guest, which is Eric G, NBA Draft.net. How you doing?
Hi, everybody. Good. How are you?
Excellent.
Thanks for letting me on.
Thanks for hopping on. And yeah, wow. I don't know. What do you want to talk about? Because we've talked about everything already. We talked about JK.
I did hear a little bit of everybody today. I was listening in. I didn't obviously cut in, cut out, had other things going on. I agree with most part of what Rich said just earlier. Heard a little bit of Matt Babcock stuff and
Yeah.
heard the
Oh, you
standard stuff
know
as
Matt.
well. So I have, yeah, we've been at the same locations. We've met briefly a few times, but no extensive conversations or anything. We go to a lot of the same events. So
Cool.
in fact, I'll be at EYBL in Arizona next weekend. So yeah, so still doing the prep stuff. Some of the things I would, based on what I heard already, the Thompson twins, actually, they're from Oakland, but they spent their high school years in Florida before going to their senior year in OTE and their 1 year afterwards with OTE, Overtime Elite. Everything that I've heard post, like even after they've been in the league, is that smart kids, hard workers. Not sure, even this is my perspective here now, not sure about if the jump shot will ever come around. Now it's always the last thing that comes around for most players anyway. The reason I say that though is Overtime Elite really has a good program in terms of developing jump shots. Like year after year, all those players that go through that program, their jump shots improve significantly. So it's not the coaching, it's not anything like that. It's just that they haven't been able to turn the page yet to become elite shooters. Not saying they won't, because when you know that they're elite athletes, they're smart, and they work really hard. So that's 3 of the 4 pieces. I wasn't as, and I'd say our site wasn't as high on them as we probably should have at that time. But you have to recognize when you have to recognize the proof in the pudding. And the reason we weren't as high, and I'd say me personally, I wasn't as high, and I don't do the mocks, was because of the lack of jump shot and the question whether they'll ever get one. Obviously it doesn't matter. They're already elite players. Amen more than Ausar right now, but Osar's jump shot, I would argue, is a little bit better than Amen's right now. And they're both elite athletes, elite defenders. Everybody says great things about them on and off the court, and smart players. So,
is it Amen? Should I call him Amen, even though the pronunciation guide says Amen?
I'll call him Amen. Call him Amen.
Okay. Yeah. Overtime Elite, is that part owned by Kevin Durant?
There's several owners, including Kevin Durant. The OTE program, they have a whole league now of about 12 to 14 teams, but the 4 main teams are together in Atlanta, and they compete in their own league and whatnot. Now, it used to be an alternative, really, with 40 instead of the Ignite and stuff. It's turned more into a super elite high school prospect and post-grad, 1 year post-grad program, where they get some of the best players in the country every year. Rob Dillingham was there. That was a rookie. Malik Thomas, who's a senior that's going to Arkansas next year, he's at OTE. So they're always going to get super elite players, and they sprinkle in a few international guys as well. They have a couple French guys this year. They had a couple Brazilian guys the year before that are on the radar. But yeah, I guess the reason the Thompson twins come up is because of who the Warriors are playing next, right? Of Amen and his tremendous defense, and he's a game changer in terms of and some people consider him their best player, even more than Sengun. Some people do. There's an argument for either or. Sengun obviously isn't the defensive player that Amen is, and Amen is not the offensive player that Sengun is at this point in time. So the way you look at basketball, what you think is more important, they do complement each other well. So it will be an interesting series. I guess we could talk. Why don't we just start to talk about the series?
Yeah, sure.
I had a couple thoughts with the series itself. the matchups, like how much are we going to see? And I don't know if you spoke it on previous pods, you've spoken too much about this series itself. I didn't hear too
No, not
much
really.
today. For me, it's what has been said out there is the possession game. How many extra possessions are the Rockets going to get relative to the Warriors? Can they control that they actually have similar amount of possessions? Because likelihood is that the Rockets are going to cause a few more turnovers. The likelihood is that the Rockets are going to get a few more offensive rebounds. If the Warriors win or are close in that area, the Warriors should win each game in that instance. So the possession game to me will be very, very important in this particular series. The Steven Adams Sengun duo, how is that going to play out against Golden State Warriors? I think that was mentioned a little bit briefly earlier as well. Like, is it going to be a featured thing? Is it going to be 10, 20 minutes per game? Is it going to, like, and how do the Warriors counter it? That's going to be something I'm going to be looking at, in particular, not so much the scoring, right, with Steven Adams and Sengun, but the offensive rebounds. So that's what, can they keep those two when they're together in the game? Can they keep them off the boards? And also the frustration level for Draymond when they're both in the game. One of the key things that are happening right now is that Steve Kerr has a really, really short rotation, and without and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but if Kuminga's not going to be part of that rotation and mentally prepared, how is Draymond going to be able to keep his cool against Sengun and Steven Adams? How are the Warriors going to not wear down or break down with the age of their stars as the series goes along? Now, I don't think the first round the Warriors are very fortunate that they have several days off between games, but I think most Warriors fans, their hope is a very long run, like multi-series run, and we'll see if that happens or not. The wear and tear of this round will affect them in the fact that they have such a short rotation in the future rounds as well. So how does that transpire? Can Draymond keep his cool? We've seen that in the past that both DP2, Draymond, even Jimmy Butler and Steph, those guys have injuries or have had injuries, and they're basically essential right now in terms of amount of minutes that they play in the rotation, in particular if JK is not part of that rotation or not part of the plans at all. That if any of those guys go down, how is that, like, can they stay healthy? Can they play the minutes that they want to play? Because the other thing is GP2 tends to break down as he plays a lot of minutes, and they've been trying to limit it. And if you're talking about NBA championship, you're talking about from April 18th to July to around the 4th of July. Can he deal with that run? So those are some of the things that I'm looking at. Obviously, there's also Dillon Brooks that's in the mix that likes to instigate the Warriors and Draymond as well. Will that cause an issue in terms of Draymond's temperament? And we all know Draymond is a certain type of way. They can't really afford him to miss any games due to suspension, due to injury, due to flagrant foul accumulation. And part of the reason I was thinking this was on the championship runs that the Warriors have had. They've had either three really good scores if you look at all those runs, or the first time around it was strength by numbers. So they don't really have three really good scores yet. I don't think they have two. So, and I don't think anybody can argue that the Steph Jimmy is better than Steph Durant as an example and they had Steph, Durant, and Klay on that championship run. And even the last one, 2022, Wiggins played out of his mind, scored out of his mind. So it was Steph, Wiggins, and Klay. I don't think there's anybody at that level in terms of scoring. If you're not, again, I'm assuming JK is not going to be part of the rotation, that there aren't three scores, and I don't think Podz is ready to be that third scorer yet. So I'm looking at like how can that bench generate enough scoring? How can those role players generate enough scoring for a long run? Yeah, those were some of my thoughts. We can go a little bit more into the actual Rockets versus Warriors series. Obviously, the weak point on defense for Houston is they don't really have any shot blockers unless Adams is playing. Amen Thompson's probably their best shot blocker on the team, and he's not a center. He's not a front court player. He's a back court player. He can play front court. Sengun is not a good. He averaged less than a block per game for his career. I didn't look recently, but as of 3/4 of the season. So, and they can hunt also. They should be able to get to the rim. Again, that's why JK had great games against the Rockets, is because there were no shot blockers on that team. And they should hunt Jalen Green on offense. How much are they going to hunt Jalen Green on offense? Because Jalen Green's kind of their go-to guy, and Sengun are their two go-to guys in terms of scoring. So can they get Jalen Green into foul trouble or get him out of his game because he's getting hunted down on offense? Sengun's a different type of beast. I think he's mentally strong in that area, that it's not going to be an issue, even if Draymond does his Draymond things. I think that would be one area that I'd attack. Also, I'd be careful on the Warriors side. Obviously, they're going to have to double at times Sengun based on matchups and who's guarding him. Not to leave Jabari Smith open from three too much. I think that's their Van Fleet, and Smith and Jalen Green are probably the ones you don't want them to shoot as much the outside shot. Obviously, you want a Thompson to shoot the three. I'll take my chances with Dillon Brooks, even though he was hot last game from three. So those are things that I'm looking at. I remember from last game, I don't know if you remember too much of the Houston Warriors game that was where they home that they just lost.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, they were a little run down by that point. One interesting thing that I noticed was that Sengun, when Sengun was on defense and it was Steph GP2 pick and roll with Sengun guarding GP2, GP2 was able to slip the screen and get a few dunks here and there, which you might be able to see on the offensive side, because it's going to be a slugfest. Scoring is going to be the issue for both teams. So that's why if you limit the turnovers, the Rockets will have a difficult time scoring. You don't want to give too many freebies. You don't want to give too many like fast break points to that team that's where they primarily score. You want to really force them in half-court sets and force them to generate offense that way instead of like freebies and turning it over. So Steph, Draymond, Kuminga if he plays, Podz, Jimmy. Well, Jimmy doesn't really turn over that much. They all have to watch out with those, like trying to create fast break points and instead turning it over and creating an offensive opportunity on the other end. And also get back on defense, falling down. Like there was a criticism, I think, not too long ago that was said about Podz trying to get the foul by falling down and not getting back on defense.
Yeah.
Those things got to be limited against this team. Just because of this, they will score on you on the other end, and you don't want them to get at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Speaking of Sengun, I'm really impressed actually by his mental toughness.
He's tough.
Did you see that when he came in? to the
Oh
draft?
yeah, he was always a physical guy in Turkey. And to be fair, most of the players that have come from the Turkish league have been always pretty physical. Now the athleticism at times have been questioned, but not the physicality. That's a physical league for sure.
Cool. Yeah, so I don't know. Do you want to talk about what you think if JK is gonna be in the script at all? Come Sunday?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's the biggest question going in. I'm gonna say yes because just what I heard from Kerr on the podium and the radio interview, it seems like he. I don't know though. You never know
I
until
mean,
it happens.
but like what Ricky said, like
Mhm.
we've seen with JK. Okay, we want to go with the Jonathan Kuminga thing. We can talk about Jonathan Kuminga in a nutshell because it all plays down. So we have heard after his rookie year that Kerr and JK, it was more than just basketball disagreements. We never heard what it was. I do feel that both the way JK and Moody, I'm going to put Moody in this situation, has been handled in these 4 years isn't great. And it cost Moody a lot of money. He's playing now, and he probably could have played just as well last year. And it cost him, if you look at his contract, he got less of his money than he probably is valued at because of how Kerr played him. So that's just and I'm starting out with Moody to explain the JK point of view in a way, because right now everybody's happy with Moody, I think, as Warriors fans. And I think there's many, based on what I see on X and based on what I see on social media, there's many Warriors fans that have kind of turned on JK.
Mhm.
And if JK hadn't gotten hurt, probably Moody would be in the situation that JK's in.
Interesting, yeah.
Probably. So I feel that JK, nobody has argued, and I've talked about this to you. There's been people in the media, ex-players, that have all said that JK is an NBA talent. He's averaged 15 points per game this year in the NBA.
Mhm.
To not play any minutes at all after 4 years in the system,
Mhm.
for me, in your system, there has to be some ownership from Steve Kerr. He has to take some responsibility for him feeling that he is not ready after 4 years in the system with the Golden State Warriors. In particular, since the Paul George, the Draymonds, the Raja Bells in the world all think that he adds something to this team right now that they don't have, and all believe in the past have said he's an NBA level talent. That there's something with him. And the Zach Lowe's that analyze basketball, the TKs and Slaters who watch the beat writers for the Warriors, they all see some value to this team and to him as an NBA player. So I've been seeing a lot of Eric Pascal comparisons lately on X with JK.
Wow.
I would be careful with that comparison if I were some of these people putting it on X. They're not the same. They're not the same level of talent. They're not going to have the same level of careers. And that, no disrespect to Eric Pascal. Eric Pascal jumper was just broken, did not function at all. And JK's, while it doesn't go in, his jump shot does not look like Eric Pascal's. And that's just the start. I'm not going to go too deep other than that.
Yeah.
But I saw a couple stats, like just before the best month of JK's career, he averaged 31.1 minutes in December, 21 points per game, 6.3 rebounds, and 7.2 free throws.
Be creative on Steve's part.
Oops, sorry about that.
Steve, a huge
I don't know where that's
excuse,
coming from.
It's
Oh, there it is. It's this browser. Sorry about that.
So,
yeah,
what JK will bring if he plays is he's gonna have some turnovers, which is an issue with the possession game with the Houston Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
Is his three gonna be on or off? I don't know. Against the Rockets, he's had really good games. He had I looked at it, he had a 23-point game, he had a 33-point game, he had a 20-point game, and even the last game where he only played 10 to 18 minutes, he had 9-point game. He had 7 rebounds, by the way, in those 20 minutes that he played. So the knock used to be on Kuminga. He doesn't rebound. I feel like he turned the page this season in terms of his rebounding. And in particular, if you're in particular for what his position and his size and who he is, because he's really a 3-4, not really a 4 in terms of height. He's really a 3-4. So to get 6.3 in that last month, the rebounding, I think he rebounds just as well as GP2 if he would play that position, as an example of some of the minutes that have been taken. Again, he would help. He's a better offensive player than GP2. He's not as good defensively, in particular in the perimeter. He's not as good team defensive player either. He tends to forget things. It's also because, and as I was listening to you earlier, your theory about, well, it's because he came when he was 11 years. He started basketball late. Well, part of it is if you don't play, you don't learn.
Mm-hmm.
Kerr has not given enough bandwidth to play through the mistakes for either Moody or JK. And that's just a fact. And over the 4 years, and I know you heard the Rich thing, you talk about Lamb, but that's an example of a guy that should have probably played a lot less. And that's why we're in the situation that we are now for both those guys. And I'm still the same thing. I still think Kuminga should have played the last 2 games instead of Guy Santos. That's like, if you were going to give, there's no place for me on a team that Guy Santos plays over Jonathan Kuminga. They play the same position. Yeah. It's a fair trade. Now, is Guy Santos' floor higher than Kuminga's floor? Yes, we've all seen it. But you can't. The upside is so much significantly better with JK, and it was only 6 minutes the last game against Memphis. That those were minutes probably that he should have given. He's not given. That JK's probably the Warriors needed to provide for him to get a little bit of feel into the playoffs, for him, even had they lost the game, for him to develop. And I think sometimes Steve Kerr is married to the moment.
Yeah.
It's been 4 years. And like I said, I feel like Kerr failed JK in a way. Now, is JK mature? No. Was he mature at 19? No. Is he more mature at 22? Yes. But, and it may be in the background, like Rick said earlier, we don't have the full story of what's going on in practice and whatnot. But Steve Kerr has also shown that ball stopping wings, he prefers not to play. He's had issues with Brandon Ingram. He's had issues with Jason Tatum, and Jason Tatum turns out is a really good player.
Yeah.
So that's the other reason I would be careful of what Warriors fans say about JK and his fit and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, I think Kerr got his to not have to play JK when Curry asked Kerr to put in Santos at the end of the game, and I forgot which game it was, but it was towards the end of the season, and I think that's when it empowered Kerr to do what he did. I think Kerr always kind of wanted to do it, but I think he was like, "Oh, see, Curry told me to take him out."
Yeah.
And this is all my speculation.
Mhm.
But I am disappointed about how this whole has developed, because I think the Warriors' upside in terms of championship caliber team for this season would have been significantly higher had there'd been a buy-in from both parties. And I think that it's damaged goods at this point.
Yeah.
I think that JK is always going to think I might not play the next game.
Mhm.
And I think even next year, if he was still on the team, he would feel that way.
Mhm.
And I think that's why, like Raja Bell said, oh, he's a restricted free agent. If I'm his agent, or if I'm him, I tell management, don't match the contract.
Mhm.
Don't do it. Don't do that to me. He doesn't want me here.
Mhm.
And there's no way, I don't think it's repairable at this point in year 4. If this was year 1 or year
Yeah,
2,
I agree with that.
maybe. But I don't think it's a repairable relationship. Now, the Warriors can do whatever they want if they
Mhm.
want to match the contract. But that's why when you were discussing potential trades and whatnot,
Yeah.
I mean, I
Yeah.
don't see it. I
Yeah.
think the whole NBA at this point knows that Kerr doesn't want him there, that Curry may or may not want him there. And I'll say this about the whole Jimmy or JK thing. It's not really that Jimmy can't play with JK. JK's best performances have always been when Draymond's not playing.
Mhm.
So it's
Okay.
really Draymond and JK can't play together.
Mhm.
And it's kind of always been circumvented that it's Wiggins. Oh, it's this. It's not really that. It's Draymond.
Mhm.
And you can just look at the stats for that one. You could look at when his best games is played. It's because he knows he's going to get a certain amount of time. Now, they're not the same type of player. They can't do the same type of thing. And I think some of the frustration with Kerr is that he expects JK to play similarly and run the offense similarly as a replacement of Draymond, but that's not. They're two different style players. And
Yeah.
as you said, Draymond's a super high IQ offensive player, and JK is more of a finisher and self scorer.
Mhm.
So there was always going to be some tension there.
Yeah. Yep.
But I mean,
Oh,
if you compare GP2 and JK's defensive rating for this year, it's not that different.
really?
Yeah.
Mhm.
GB2's defensive rating's 110, JK's defensive rating's 112. If you compare Guy Santos and JK offensively in terms of turnovers, because that was one of the things I was looking at too, Guy Santos and JK do the same amount of offensive turnovers, roughly. So when they say, hey, well, we trust Santos more, well, he turns it over just as much.
Yeah. Yeah. And
I think that he could have the best game the Warriors played this year for me was the away Lakers game where Podz went crazy. It's just recently where
Mhm.
Podz had like 28 points and
Yeah.
JK had 16. That's when I thought the Warriors, with the new Jimmy Butler on the team, played their best as a team.
Mhm.
And that was when you could see, if they can, if Podz can get his points and JK can get his 16 and be efficient, yeah, they're a championship level team. They can compete with the OKCs and the Bostons of the world.
Yeah. I
I
started
think
thinking.
you've limited their upside with making the decision that was made. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and
Mhm.
that JK isn't looking over his shoulder and plays well. But it's kind of hard for him not to look over his shoulder and not be tentative already when it's a player that, as we've discussed, has some issues recognizing plays, has some issues holding the ball, has some issues making quick decisions, which is all things that Kerr gets mad at him about. But then you do things where he's going to be thinking about it a little bit more because you didn't play him.
Yeah, it is.
So it's kind of a vicious cycle.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, exactly. Vicious cycle. That's a good way to
And
put it.
honestly, if I was Steve Kerr and I thought I wasn't going to play him,
Yeah,
I would send him home. I wouldn't even have him on the roster.
I know.
Because if your plan is if GB2 gets hurt or Draymond's suspended, if your plan is to start Guy Santos, then you should just change. You should just send JK home. Tell him that's it. Call it a season, because all it's going to be is a distraction.
Yeah. Well,
And you know, I think I'm a JK fan. So, but that's how I look at it for this playoff run. Like there has to be a heart-to-heart between Kerr and Dunleavy, and put another guy on the roster if you're not gonna trust him to play him.
yeah,
Because it's just, there will be, the beat writers will ask, why didn't you start JK when Draymond didn't play that game? Why didn't you know, that question, why did you start Guy Santos? Why did he get 20 minutes? And do you really want that question? So I would just pull the Band-Aid if that's the case.
Also, I think the Warriors beat writers are sometimes too nice to Steve in terms of
Well, let's say Steve Kerr's a Hall of Fame coach. He's a Hall of Fame coach. He's a master in.
But there's a reason. I just want to back what I was saying up, is that's why you don't hear those like biting questions. You might have to wait until a Houston writer or a national writer. Let's call it national writer. Maybe that doesn't really happen until the semifinals. Got to get past this round to where Tim McMahon's going to go ask one of those questions in the scrum, in the special room that they have that's bigger than usual, that kind of thing. No, that doesn't happen in the semis, but like, you know, let's say at crypto.com, it's, you know, just different environments. But
we discussed how Tyrone Lue, I feel that Tyrone Lue would have been able to get 6 to 12 minutes of Kuminga in each game and made him effective. Kerr's rigid in his ways. It's always going to be centered around Steph, so it should be. But I mean, Tyrone Lue was able to get Ben Simmons to be effective for the Clippers this year. He's maximized Chris Dunn. I mean, and Kerr's a great coach, Hall of Fame coach. But there's different levels, and I think Lue actually would. If Kuminga was on the Clippers, he would be effective for the Clippers, and they'd use him as a weapon for the Clippers.
Yeah, but then so like, how does that like? Wouldn't JK still have some trade value considering that kind of perspective?
Like I said, maybe a second round pick.
Yeah, but why
you have to match? You have to match the contracts.
Yeah. Okay.
And then so you're not going to get anything the Warriors really want out of it. And then, do the Warriors want to match the contracts? They have a few free agents coming up. They've already spent 107. They're probably going to keep all 8 guys. There's 3 guys that are team options, but they're cheap.
Yeah.
So
but, I mean, like sign and trade, like match it. Let's say it's, I don't know. Let's say it is 30 million, 29. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't think that a team is going to be willing to pay Kuminga and give a lot of assets as well. So the risk that the Warriors have is that they say, okay, we're going to match it. And then the team says, okay, there's your contract. Now you have Kuminga for $30 million and you paid more. We're not going to trade with you. It doesn't have to be a sign and trade, because they have 10 days to match.
Mm-hmm.
So Kuminga goes, all right, I got, let's hypothetical. Brooklyn.
Okay.
Here's Brooklyn gives them 3 years, 29 million.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe he gives 32 the first year and it goes descending on purpose so the Warriors don't really try to match it. So 32, 27, 25, 24, something like that, right?
Okay, wait. Basic question then. Why wouldn't the Warriors want to match a descending?
They may not be able to pay the first year in luxury taxes. They may not.
Oh,
It might go over their first apron. So there's situations where it might hurt them in terms of team construction.
So in other words, you're saying, yeah, first year is big, and then
just so the Warriors don't re-sign him.
Gotcha.
And then he gets his restricted free agency. They have 5 to 10 days. I don't remember which one to match. And they say, hey, we're going to match it unless you trade with us. And then the team says, oh, okay, go ahead. We go ahead and match it. We're not going to make a trade with you. You're stuck with Kuminga.
I guess I got to digest that scenario a little bit more. Because I'm just thinking, maybe there's a team out there that just like how Kuminga might fit on their team, which is totally different than the Kerr system. How that guy, how JK would fit on their team, and they're like, oh, he could be good, and maybe we can get him somehow.
But you've already depressed his value.
Yeah. So I think I leave myself more room to gather more experience on these off-season moves and things like that.
And maybe we're wrong. Maybe Kuminga plays a lot and is a key contributor to a Western Finals team, and the Warriors want to keep him, and they'll match no matter what. Like I said before, I think the ship has sailed in terms of Kuminga wanting to stay. Doesn't mean that. I mean, the only way I could see Kuminga wanting to stay is if the Warriors win a championship and Steve Kerr retires. That would be the only way that I would see Kuminga wanting to stay. Or different, Warriors lose in the first round and they blow the team up.
Mm-hmm.
They keep Curry, but they blow the two other guys might not be there.
Yeah,
that would be the two ways I would see. And then again, likely Kerr would not stay for that either.
Yeah. I've always like totally respected your views on this, because you can see the dominoes falling in a different way that I haven't learned yet. So I'm still getting there. But like, I'm totally like, I'm open to this possibility happening. I do believe that it is one of those, think of it as multiverse, like different things happen. There's a multiverse out there where we lost, and then because of the fatigue, we lost to Dallas, and then you break it up. But anyways, Eric doesn't mean to be doom and gloom. It's just presenting his view of, like, I mean, it all starts with your foundation of the draft and valuing players and what their contracts are worth, and kind of like decades of experience of kind of like valuing guys. So, and you mentioned, looking at my notes, you mentioned there had been a situation. Talk about the DeAndre Ayton restricted free agent situation.
Okay, so DeAndre Ayton signed the offer sheet with the Indiana Pacers. The Suns matched it. They had a horrible year together. Monty Williams did not like Ayton at all. Ayton regressed from that championship COVID run. partially because CP3 really helped motivate him. As Warriors fans have seen, CP3 tends to do very well with young players and help in their development. I think it's helped Podz' development a lot last year, and Moody's, I thought. And then so they traded him for Nurkic. It didn't work out for any party. The second round pick for Portland, Tumani, turned out to be the best player of that trade. But yeah, it did that 1 year where Aiden was with the Suns and didn't want to and asked them not to match was not a great locker room year for the Phoenix Suns.
Gotcha. That's the
that's the nugget, the comparison. It wasn't a great locker room year, and I don't, and that's why I'm wondering if it's worth having Kuminga currently with the Warriors, if with the situation, how it's transpired or not. And only Kerr knows that, and Dunleavy know that answer, and maybe they should, hopefully they've looked at all angles and seen, is it worth it or not? Because, I mean, even the beat writers of the Warriors on their podcast said there's no big voice from the players for Kuminga to play more. So that, and we've discussed the whole Curry thing too in game, where he asked them basically to put Guy Santos in, implying take Kuminga out. So I don't know. But we can talk about the Rockets. That can be more positive, because it turns out that the Warriors, if they've had a pretty good draw in terms of not playing some really big centers at first in this situation. And then they have a good draw if they play the Lakers. That would be a good draw for them as well. So, and a must-see TV for most NBA fans. I don't discount the T-Wolves, but that's obviously the matchup that a lot of older hoop heads in the NBA probably prefers to have at some point, and that's a better draw than playing OKC in the second round. Either of those teams, whether it's Minnesota or
by not facing a big center, you mean Zubats.
Yeah, or playing Clippers, or playing Jokic, or like the Warriors have been forced.
Okay, Jokic,
yeah, Zubac and Jokic, all those, they avoided the bracket, the side of the bracket that would be more difficult, the more difficult path they avoided.
They are bigger than Sengun. Sengun is big, but not as big.
Sengun's 6'10", but he's not a shot blocker, and he's bruising. He's more like Sabonis. That's what I would compare him to, like in terms of, like, not quite as bruising as Sabonis, but I like Sabonis, not quite the shot blocker. Sabonis probably a better shooter at this point, and Sengun is probably a better passer, but they're more accustomed to a player like him, just because of playing sax so often. So there's some similarities there. I mean, I think the Warriors are gonna need, either for Hield, Moody, GP2, and Podz to hit their outside jumpers when they're presented to them. Big thing for Moody is taking the open jumper, not overpassing it. It's for where the other team gets a steal on the other end for a dunk. He's gonna have to take the shot. So what I'm looking at and hoping for is that he doesn't hesitate, that even if it's earlier in the shot clock, preferably not earlier, but even if it's earlier, you rather to have missed shots than turnovers. So that's like I said, that turnover thing is going to be huge for the Warriors. I think the Warriors have a great shot of winning the series.
And also, I think one thing to be excited about is that the identity of the team could morph, and in essence they could improve. Like, everybody could get better, and this team can get better as the series goes by. And also, like, I'm going to love how this experience, I mean, the obvious ones are for Moody and Podz, but Quinten Post, because he's just so fiery and seems to like really get it and seems to thrive in this environment, a la Draymond, that kind of energy and fire.
yeah.
So looking to see if he improves and how much.
And remember, last time we spoke together, it was around trade deadline, and it was about Vucevic or not. He totally took the Vucevic role, where he's the floor spreader. The Warriors needed a big that could actually make a 3-point shot. He's been excellent at that. I'd rather he don't create too much. I'm not a big fan of when he starts dribbling down the court in half-court sets and try to create, even for himself or for others. It turns out to be a little bit turnover prone on that end. So catch and shoot. I'd like him just to do that for right now and get an occasional offensive rebound. Even the post-ups, he hasn't been that great in the post. He'll make occasional. You have to do just to keep him honest, but he was exactly what they needed without even having to make a trade in terms of floor spreading big. They needed that dimension. And that's going back to the Kuminga thing. That's the dimension that they lack now without him, is the athletic player that plays 10 to 20 minutes. That also gives that dimension, which they don't really have. They have it a little bit in Jimmy. They have it a little bit in GB2, but he's so small. But that's one thing that you were hoping that, hey, JK, buy into that. Hey, Kerr, buy into him doing that. And then that would have taken the team to what I would see a different level than what they currently are. Because, I mean, the heavy lifters are there, Steph and Jimmy.
Yeah.
I mean, as Steph and Jimmy, you're expecting 60 to 80 points every game between the two of them, right?
Yeah.
60 to 80 points.
Yeah.
If they have less than 60, they're probably not winning the game. The combination.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, I'll give, as we don't even know if JK is in the rotation or not, and I wonder if that's like a prop bet out there. That'd be like an excellent bet, although something that's truly 50-50, I'm sure the house does not like.
I mean, the beat writers have kind of hinted that he's probably not going to play until game 3, from what I've heard. So it doesn't sound like he's going to play, or that he won't play right away. But we'll see. It's been like not explicitly said, but there's kind of been like, sounds like type of thing. So we'll see. Again, I think they have a very short rotation. So you have the 5, right? The 5 guys, and then you have Quinten Post, and then you have Looney, and then you have Hield. Those are 8 guys. I don't know.
And also we don't know what, like, honestly, it is hard for me to see Steve go away from what just won him a game going into this, like, unless Houston beats you and then you adjust but I don't know, right? So still think it's kind of a coin flip whether or not we'll see JK.
And the problem is Looney's a little slow, right? Like when they double team, if he gives the pick and roll with Sengun, Looney's not able to really maximize that pass as he's diving towards the basket. Sometimes he'll make the extra pass for a cutting person from the dunker spot and score, but a lot of times it just morphs into nothing, and that allows the double team on Steph to be very strong because Looney doesn't really have an offensive punch on that side. That's why it was impressive with GP2 when they did the pick and roll of GP2. GP2 cut and would score, was able to score a little bit. So we'll see how that works out. Hield on the defensive end is always an issue, and Hield is as soon as he dribbles the ball, you're wondering if he's going to turn it over, which is also an issue against Houston. So you just want him in catch and shoot situations. Moody can do a little bit more, but again, he doesn't really create that much. So it's going to be the other guys, and then Podz. I mean, they're expecting and hoping that Podz is that third scorer. So this is a big series for Podz. This is a big playoffs for Podz. This is a big bet on the Warriors with Steve Kerr with Podz. It will be a great learning experience both for Podz and Moody to finally get their playoff. Like, yes, Moody was on the championship team, but he didn't play. He didn't play much at all. They're going to get real minutes. So that will be something that they can build upon for future seasons as well. So those are some of the things that I'm excited about. Some of the things it's the chess match also of seeing. Obviously, I'm excited to see Steph go against considered the best defensive perimeter player in the NBA now, and Thompson. At least the freakiest athlete, at least on the wing in the NBA now, and Thompson. Obviously, the Dillon Brooks rivalry with the Golden State Warriors is strong as well. And that's something exciting to see. And just seeing Jimmy Butler with re-energizing and giving a second win to Steph Curry, which we haven't really seen for a couple years now. That's all great and exciting things to see with the Golden State Warriors. And I know I sounded doomsday-ish earlier. I am a Warriors fan. I do want them to win. So
no, don't worry about it. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna actually take a break. But awesome for you to come on and just give us all angles. I honestly don't think anybody has analyzed the JK situation like anybody out there yet as we went in depth. So I really appreciate that because I want to cut that up and edit that and just make that into its own video. So really appreciate that and all the other insights as well. So
all right.
And you got the draft coming up, so you're going to be busy.
Yeah, the Warriors have the 41st pick this draft right now, second round, 41st
cool.
pick.
I almost forgot.
So that was in the trade with Jimmy Butler. We got that pick. Good. Mid second rounder. The 2000, as Matt Babcock said, the 2025 draft is really top heavy. It's not great depth, especially with the new NIL deals, guys staying in school to get more money at the rather than the second round pick. So it might be still really hard to determine what the Warriors may be able to get at 41. 2026 draft is a legendary draft.
Back. Keep going on that. Be right back.
Okay. Yeah. So the 2026 draft with the AJ Dybantsa and the rest of some other super high-end players. There's going to be like the freshmen coming in, the incoming freshmen. It's really high quality. It's been the best that I've seen in years. That's going to be something to look at to be excited about for 2026. So, yeah, that's pretty much all I have. If you want to follow me talk to me, I'm always open to talk to on X. It's my first and last name. Or if you want to look at draft stuff, you go look at NBADraft.net. I do consulting work both for NBADraft.net and Pro Insight, which is kind of a recruiting grassroots type of deal. All right, I'm gonna let you go.
Oh yeah, thank you so much.
Thanks,
Tons
Rick.
of stuff. Appreciate
it. All right.
Yeah.
Till next time. Bye.
Yeah. I had my Starbucks, so had to use the restroom real quick there. But thank you to Eric for holding up the fort there for the 90 seconds or whatever it took. But anyways, Oh, we're gonna have Charlie Torres on at some point. And let me check my DMs for anybody else out there. We got an exciting game actually in Atlanta. So that'll be fun, and maybe we'll get one more guest on here. We're waiting for that. Bam Adebayo just threw the ball away. Tie ball game, but 8 minutes to go. There's plenty of time. Look at Eric Spoelstra. He looks stressed. You guys watching this Miami game? Let me check the comments. Oh, thanks, Pinky. Yeah. Bruce, I was just kidding. That was hilarious, though. Hopefully, it led to more views. Let me check the view count on that video. What am I doing here? Podcast. No, didn't really help the views. Gonna have to change the thumbnail, Bruce. Only got 200 views. That sucks. Is that right? Let me refresh. Dang, man, 200 views. That's it. Yeah, I need to figure out a way to do better on those, but maybe cutting up some of the super deep JK talk that we just had will be helpful. The other thing on the Steve Kerr side, giving Steve a hall pass on that, which I don't know if I talked about yet, but hearing him on the maybe I did, hearing him on the podium talking about how the regular season he has more of a chance to I guess test different lineups and things like that. And then my thought that you can't really fire Steve, because if you're in the playoffs, you do really need Steve in a 7-game series. And Steph and Draymond are not going to have it any other way. So, but the question is, how do you get from game 1 to game 83 in this case? And Jimmy came along at a time when JK was injured. And so the regular season is just a grind, is kind of my hall pass for Steve Kerr. And if you say that, okay, then let's get a better coach to deal with the grind. Well, then you can't do that, because you need Steve for the playoffs, because him and Tyronn Lue and Eric Spoelstra are going to win games in the playoffs, period. And so it's almost like you'd almost have, have a different coach for the first 82 or 83, although I'm sure Steve and his camp would be like, I think we do a pretty good job. Look at our record. We'd be a 60-win team if we projected out our 23-7 record. But then you go back to, well, you couldn't find 10 minutes for JK in a 48-minute game. So the pendulum swings yet again. So it's hard to go from game to game and then be faced with, again, the last week of regular season with play-ins is also a different beast, because anything can happen in any given game. And so I do think seeing it all if you see it all from the lens of you must have Steve Kerr as your playoff coach. If you look at it from that lens and you accept that and you go, okay, if it's not Steve, then, you know, who would you fire him for? Michael Malone? I don't know that there's, you know, like, then you have to have Michael Malone throughout the regular season, which may or may not be. I mean, you could make that argument, but like, if you must have Steve as your playoff coach with Steph and Draymond, then the regular season, okay, so reintegrating JK was just like, you know, higher level mathematics that Steve didn't have time for, didn't even have practices for. So I could see why it's hard to do that. And then I could see why you get to these must-win situations and he's not playing JK. But as I've said before, and on the first reaction to all this and on the website, it's like sometimes you just can't DNP a guy. And maybe that's the lesson here. If it would be great if behind closed doors, Steve said exactly that. So we can hold out hope. Nobody has a microphone into the behind closed doors, but let's hold out some hope that maybe Steve goes, hey, Jonathan, you know, like, I just didn't know what else to do. I just didn't really know what else to do in the moment, just like Eric said. But I will learn from this, and I will not do that again because I want to be a better coach. Even though that was mission impossible, I am going to be better than that and come up with a solution, make the impossible possible. And then we as fans can maybe hope that happens and that it happens in this series and everything's okay. So we had the doom and gloom example, and right there's your idealistic example as well. So we have officially now covered all bases. Officially covered all bases for Kuminga. And that'll help me in my editing and figuring out what to present as the next video on the channel. So we're getting there. Hope to get more and more people on board for those kinds of videos. Who's that guy on Atlanta? He looks familiar. He's injured though. It's on the bench. Atlanta. Wow, it's Friday already. Man, they didn't have Jalen Johnson. I don't know who it was. But yeah, Jalen Johnson's out. Bruce is wine tasting in Florida? All right. I think that's all I got. I mean, I don't know if should we hang on for another 21 minutes until tip-off? Let's see. Interesting poll. We got 95 votes. So here's the final tally. There you go. Ooh, 95 votes. Not bad. Not bad at all. Screenshot that. And also, oh, damn. I completely forgot to do all of those screenshots. Wow, it was 4:30 when we had Ricky on, and it's 6:10 already. 4:51. Ricky G. 5:04. Had Eric on 5:06. Wow, Eric stayed on for an hour. Thanks, Eric. And 5:07. And just now, with the poll, should I stay on until Mavs tip off? Oh, I should have said who you think's going to win this one. I think we're all rooting for Miami, right? Just because of Wiggs. Oh, thanks, Kimbo. Trey's probably gone. Let's see. Let's look at their cap sheet. Oh, 46 million. Only 143 on the books. Oh, I don't know. They don't have anything else other than Trey and Jalen Johnson and Dyson Daniels. Wow, could they be a team that might want Jonathan? You heard it here first. Cap sheets. Go to the year-by-year one. Atlanta Hawks. Oh, Jalen Johnson's going to make 30 mil. Never mind. But 154 million payroll. They got 41 million under the first apron. Here's a possible team, in my opinion. Could be wrong. So this all started with aim assist saying ATL would want to get rid of Trey for being mid. Would they want JK? One more time. How many mil under? Let me first screenshot this. They are 41 million under the first apron. Seems like a lot of room to work with there. All right, so would they make an offer for JK? That is the question. And would we match? We'd match. Let's see. Let me ask Perplexity. Okay, I just asked. Let's see. Aha. Says, if we match Kuminga, we cannot trade him immediately. We cannot trade him for 1 year. Ha. Why didn't I look that up earlier? Oops. If we match JK, we cannot trade him for a year. And that is why, that's probably the missing little piece of information that I needed to understand Eric in terms of why if you wanted to trade JK and flip him for something, you're gonna have to wait a year. And so you might as well just let him walk and have the flexibility on your cap sheet to do something. And we will be able to do something because we're going to be 37 million under the second apron. So we can do some things with that. We have some, I forgot to ask Matt Babcock, two-way players. The two-way contract is a way to kind of get another draft pick at any moment in time type of deal. Taran Armstrong, you got Braxton Key that can maybe come in as a defensive stopper type guy. I think Pat Spencer's days are numbered in that respect because you want to use the third two-way to take a flyer on somebody. So, yeah, I don't know. That's why giving JK a DNP kind of puts you in a spot and is quite frankly hypocritical to Steve before the trade deadline, before they got Jimmy, Steve and Steph and Draymond all saying that we can't be flinging assets because we owe it to the franchise to make sure the franchise is still in a good place. Well, if you DNP JK, then you're not putting the franchise in a good place as far as the salary cap sheet is concerned. So, like, you didn't think about that, did you? You know, and that's all we're saying. That's all we're saying is, no, he didn't think about that. Is he supposed to think about that? Maybe Dunleavy's knocking on his door and saying, bro, you gotta be better, even though you're freaking Albert Einstein when it comes to figuring out this ecosystem around Steph and getting us 4 rings. I get that part, but in this day and age, 2025 NBA, you know, here we are. Like, sure could have used that. Sure could have, you know, integrated JK better somehow. But then you keep going back and forth. So, but those are reasons. Those are the real reasons you should be mad at Steve Kerr, not the reasons that you read on Twitter, which are crazy. And then the real reasons you should be mad at JK in terms of like, oh, he doesn't rebound like Guy Santos, or, you know, he holds the ball sticks too much, or whatever. it's like you can't say that, he's a bust. You can't say that he doesn't have value somewhere in this league on some team. So I just wanted to remind everybody to, if you're on the extreme, it's probably too far. I come back a little bit. Yep. Atlanta game, Miami's up by 2 with 11 seconds left. Tyler Hero just hit 2 free throws. So I've officially covered every single thing you could cover on JK, including the fact that we cannot trade him immediately. Let me see. They cannot trade that player. Oh, wait. Oh, man, I didn't read the whole thing. Shit. Actually, we should ask Dean. Dean Chambers, you were the one that was supposed to look this up. But anyways, that player cannot be traded to the team that made the offer for 1 year. Additionally, the player gains the right to veto any trade for 1 year after the matched offer sheet. So we can't trade him. For trades to other teams, the Warriors must wait until 3 months. That's the one. My bad. We cannot trade him for 3 months. Whoops. Dang. I got to re-edit that. So again, if we match any offer for JK, we cannot trade him for 3 months. Or until December 15th, whichever is later. Wow. So do you want that to be, do you want a rocky situation to continue until December 15th? Yeah. I should have read the whole thing. My fault. Whew. Now we've covered everything, and I hope correctly. Oh boy. Man, this restricted free agency is gonna be wild. Ooh, tie ball game, 1.3 seconds. Okay, Robbie, so I guess I should explain to the best of my ability. to the best of my ability, when you get drafted in the NBA, your first 3 years are guaranteed. The team has an option for the 4th year. And then, I may have gotten that wrong, but it's basically the team has you for 4 years if you so choose. But then you're going to have to decide whether or not to extend Jonathan Kuminga beyond the 4 years. And that's when you negotiate based on what your salary cap is, what your salary cap sheet is at that time. And so what we felt comfortable with, which I thought was fair at the time, is all right, 30 million, because Franz Wagner just got 37 million. Jalen Green got 33 million, but he took a smaller length contract to then come back to this in a few years and see if I can make more at that moment in time. And that was at 33 million. And so JK was like, nah, I think if I have a breakout year, I could be making, 38, maybe more than Franz. If I have a real good breakout year, which actually, right when he got injured, it looked like he was on pace for, right? And he declined that $30 million offer, or 30 million per year, which I think is 4 years. So that'll take you out, 30 times 4, 120 million. And then, so he said no to that. Once you say no, then you are a restricted free agent. That is the rule. That is in the collective bargaining agreement as far as drafting a player and then how long do you get to keep him. So now he's a restricted free agent, or he will be a restricted free agent July 1st. And so if another team offers him whatever it may be, then we can match it. And the other team can look at our cap sheet and go, oh, you're only 37 million under the second apron, huh? What if I offer him, 37 million in the first year and have a decline? And then it's like, Lacob's like, crap. Do I match that? Going to second apron, and I don't know if my coach is going to play this guy. What do I do? So it's all of that. So it gets starts to become a little unpredictable because, of course, these things cannot be public knowledge. It's all behind closed doors. So only thing we can do is sit and wait. Just sit and wait. So now back to watching Miami Atlanta, which will delay the start of Mavs, I think, which might delay our thing with buckets worth. All right, here we go with Overtime. Wow. This Adam Silver's like, that's Adam Silver. I am a genius. Yeah. And hire better refs. Thanks for voting to stay on. Kind of praying that Charlie comes on. Come on, Charlie, get here. Oh, let's turn it over to the box score. Ooh, 3-ball. Oh, Tyler Hero, man. Dude is just, he rises to the occasion, man. Hey, look at Wiggs, 18, 8, and 6. 6 assists. Yeah, Wiggs. You go, Wiggs. Ah, Trey. Floater in the middle. Trey's baller. Who else we got? Anybody? Anybody in the comments? What? I gotta update my email? Jeez. They got the wrong email. Oh, shit. Wrong password. Shit. I literally don't know what my password is. Oh, shit. What do I do? Oh, thank goodness. Found it. Email's already taken. What? Email's already taken. Trials and tribulations of managing your Twitter account. Man. I need someone to Fight Club Twitter. If you've seen the movie, you know what I mean. Let's see. Do I even have this email left? Test. We got an exciting game, though. Pretty cool, although kind of want Mavs to start soon. Oh, Trey with the 3. Oh, halves the lead. Down by 3. Oh, Lord. Oh, sorry. Sent me a code. You did? Sorry, Sister Agnes. Not supposed to say that word. Woohoo! One and a half minutes left in that game. Let's see if Bucketsworth is responding to my emails. Dyson Daniels missed. Oh, Levert. Okongwu missed it. Oh, they can't get a rebound. Oh, Trey. Oh, Trey and Tyler. Oh. Jump ball. I like that ref. What's his name? Mitchell Irvin? Is it Mitchell Irvin? Did I get it right? Did I get it right? Refresh. James Capers. I knew it. But Mitchell Irvin is there. And Ed Malloy. Oh. No, that is Mitchell Irvin. No, 27. 27's Mitchell Irvin. I get him mixed up. Capers is 19. Okay, I think that was Capers. Malloy, bad pass. 27 is Mitchell Irvin. Okay, yeah. Capers. I like Capers. 3-ball over. I missed it. Ed Malloy. Actually, James Capers is the lead ref. James Capers, Ed Malloy, and Mitchell Irvin. This is probably the best crew I've seen all season. Which is no surprise. I mean, usually they have a cellar dweller type bottom of the barrel ref to go along with the lead ref. This is the play-in and a crucial game. So Davion shot a 3. Oh, he got his own rebound. Wow. Back out the tie. Oh, that hurts. They needed that rebound. Got it to Wiggs. Got it to Davion. Wiggs, game-winning assist. Wiggs. Wiggs. 8 assists. Wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Way to go, Wiggs. At least Robbie is talking to other casuals and admits it, but does the front office? No. Oh man, it's Steve's the coach. There comes a point when you just got to say, all right, I really don't know. Nobody can predict. Okay, so why spend any more time on it? So, and that's the only reason why I want to do the video, is that'll be the last one. And it will be entitled Moving On from the JK Steve Kerr situation, because I have covered every angle. And so that's that. We are done. It's impossible to predict because we have looked at the landscape and turned every stone to look under it. Every single stone we've looked under. So that's it. And so that's where we are. But you missed most of it. Charlie can't make it. So 3.5 hours. It might be time for me to go. Man, Miami again. How do they do it? See, Eric Spoelstra is built to win these type of games. I just think it's not so much Steve. It's really just Steph and Draymond. They trick off games. I forgot to mention this earlier. When I said that the regular season is different, see also below. When I said that the regular season is different, I also mean that Steph and Draymond, they trick off games, man. They do. And the only way that I kind of get this sense is Draymond and Steve's like effusive explanation of what it's like to scout that first practice in a playoff series. They're so excited. And it makes me think, yeah, you're not that excited by the regular season, are you? And then Steve also today on either the radio station or on the podium said that last time we played Houston, they're young, and, them being young, I don't think will be a factor in this 7-game series. Like, we will be rested and stuff. That is paraphrasing Steve Kerr. But that also tells me the other side of that, which is during the regular season, every other game, getting on planes here, there, and then another game 48 hours later, sometimes back-to-back on the road, sometimes LA, then at home against Denver. Man, Steph and Draymond, they're going to trick off some games. They just are. 8 turnovers, man. We know this. Dallas games on ESPN. They tell me this. Library and Dallas Mavericks and Grizzlies. Man, I missed tip-off. Oh, because I thought it was all on TNT, but no, it was good to watch the end of that. They just started 30 seconds ago. Hey, Clay, what's up, dude? Out there in Memphis. Man, it's weird watching Clay right now, isn't it? Oh, he has to guard. Oh, he stopped Jaren Jackson. But that dude, 80. Anyways, as I was saying, going back to that. I do think, not on purpose, but Steph and Dray trick off some games in the regular season. It's just the fact. It's just getting old, and not really Steve's fault, but there needs to be a better strategy for winning regular season games. But then he can say, "Oh no, I was 23-7." So maybe there's nothing wrong with Steve's regular season way of doing things, or maybe there's something wrong with the player development stuff. But even with player development criticism, he can always say, well, look at Pajemski, look at Quinten Post. So I think it's with these ball sticky, talented guys and JK, and every situation is different. And just so happened that we had JK, we drafted him, and turns out that Steve isn't going to do a great job of developing the athlete types. Moody took a while to develop. So you take that, put it in the knowledge bank. Then again, contract for Steve Kerr ends in 2 summers anyway. And it's not like, we're not drafting a super athletic guy at number 41 either. That's just not happening unless he's really, raw. So what that also means is we should have drafted Franz Wagner. Oh, man. Right? But we didn't know that at the time. Damn you, Bob Myers. Just kidding. So here's really the lesson in all this. The lesson in all this is, what's your attitude about it? What is your attitude? Because here's the simple example. If you are outraged, the guy you should really be mad at isn't Steve Kerr. It should be Bob Myers, because he drafted Kuminga, but he didn't know that he could not foresee the future of Kuminga not fitting the system. And yet at the time, you're like, oh, we got to get the best player available and the best guy with the highest ceiling. And we've learned over the years that depending on the draft, maybe you don't do that. And so it's always a tough one. So if you're that outraged at Steve Kerr for this, then you've got to be equally outraged at Bob Myers for picking the wrong guy. But you don't see that on social media. And that's because they want to go to either extreme. They can't stay between the extremes. It always has to be an extreme. Whether you're throwing JK under the bus or you're throwing Steve Kerr under the bus, it's like, that's what you do when you're thumb typing your life away and scrolling and doom scrolling and commingling with people that have outrage to get off their chest. So the lesson in all of this is that, first of all, put the phone down when it comes to that shitter app, number one. There's no need to engage in that, because then you become that. It's like zombie. It's the zombie apocalypse. So if you engage in that, even if you're trying to defend Steve or JK, you end up being one of them. So I think that's the lesson here. Klay Thompson, 3 ball. Yeah. Might call in a night after the first quarter. Oh, yeah. Who are we rooting for? Let's see. Let's do the 4 options. What's your expectation for Mavs Grizzlies? Oh, here we go. All right. I don't think there are any devout Grizzlies fans in here, are there? Oh, man. I'm gonna say, whoa. I don't know. I can't decide on what my brain thinks is gonna win. Like, which team is better? I don't know. Like, if Dallas had Kyrie, don't let the OKC matchup bias you. Ooh, Ja and AD going at it. Oh man. I'm gonna take Dallas as my brain. I think Dallas should win this just based on experience. Now that I've said it, I'll probably lose. So my heart is with Klay, and my mind tells me Dallas will win. So I'm with you in the comments. Oh, and then AD turns it over. What? Oh, what an extra pass by Konkar. Aldama missed it. AD cleans it up. Damn, and 1. Damn. That's a problem. I can't wait to go have some dinner. Should I get me another Frappuccino? Yeah, because I was on here for nearly 4 hours. I deserve it. Agreed on Bob and Steve. Okay, what else is going on? I guess Heart Dallas, Mind Dallas has decreased a tiny bit. 67%. I know, I would like to see OKC Grizz just as a matchup. But that's outside the scope of the poll. The poll is only asking you about this series, so that's what makes it hard. But like I said, if you desperately wanted me to another Final Destination's coming out, if you desperately wanted me to pick a winner for this game, yeah, I'll take the Mavs experience. I don't know. Flip a coin. Did Dean Chambers make it in the chat? I don't think he made it. Probably in class, honestly. rather than work and then go right to work. Oh, Bruce playing the contrarian role. OKC couldn't have trouble with them. Oh, well, I guess that's a good reason. But then that means your heart. What did you vote for in terms of mind? Piece of D is a Grizz. Okay. Let's check the poll and see if there's a couple heart Memphis. Wow, it's interesting. 0% for rooting for Memphis and also thinking the Mavs will win. 0 on that one. Oh, yeah. To me, it's a coin flip on the who do I actually think will win. I think it's a coin flip. Memphis has home court, so there's that. Tough one. Oh, yeah, that part. I don't think he's a traitor. If you're getting offered the runner-up in NBA Finals, a starting spot versus nope, you're only coming off the bench. Sorry. I mean, take the starting spot. I don't have any problem with that. Look at Klay play defense on Ja. Dang, man. Oh, yeah. Happy Easter, huh? I guess I'll stay on. Can I last for another 17 minutes? Extra pass, PJ. Oh, double. Oh, they found Klay. Oh, he missed it. Ah, you traitor. No, just kidding. Don't be bitter like Bruce. Oh, Ja, what a crazy shot. Man, Edie's always there to clean it up. Ooh, Klay to AD. Couple of vets. Zach Eady, E-A-T-Y. He eats up boards. Oh, man, I need a haircut too, man. Damn. I guess I have to get a haircut tomorrow. Aldama, Kyle Anderson 2.0. Uh-oh, AD, did he get hurt again? Or is he limping? Or man, need a nickname for AD. Always disabled. Fell down again. Oh, Ja Morant. Oh, poster. Put back dunk. Oh, he floated. Oh, J Kid's got to call timeout. What's the score? Dang, they only score 14 points. The 1-3 that we saw Klay hit, that's it. The 1-3 that we saw is 20% of their scoring. Oh, wow. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure, Mavs against OKC doesn't look fair at all. But yeah, that doesn't have to do with the poll though. I can't last 14 more minutes. I'm hungry. Where should I get dinner? Let's see. Think. Dude, you know what's nice out here? The Indian place, man. Oh, the Indian place is good. Trey Young? How is Trey? Really? What? Yep, I'm craving that Indian food. I literally just had it the other night, 2 nights ago, and I can't resist. Was it 2 nights ago or was it last night? I can't remember. It's great to not remember every single day, you know. Sometimes great to have bliss. What did I order it on? DoorDash? I don't know. Yeah. Wednesday. Oh, I cannot resist. Cannot resist craving it so much. Okay, so I gotta work on my JK video, man. I got pieces of that everywhere. Sometimes when you run a podcast or you're doing lives or you're doing this type of stuff, I think sometimes you get up in front of the camera and you do it and then you throw it away because it's just not as good. So I think that's my situation. Tandoori chicken. Yeah. When I used to eat chicken, yeah. I can eat turkey though. It's funny. Just for some reason, don't want to go with chicken. Oh, man. Oh, who's that? I know that guy. Oh, he just got swatted. Oh, Caleb Martin. Oh, he got a steal. Man. That's a bad turnover. Yeah, Caleb Martin. They're just missing a traditional backup point. This is not a bad roster, honestly. Oh, Max Christie. Guy can play. He's solid. Nico? Yeah, Najee. I heard he's been playing well. Oh, dang. Exum passed the ball to me right there. Right at the screen. Oh, thanks, Bruce. Oh, I got to screenshot that. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Oh, we should check out Discord in the background. Let's check out Discord. See if there's any Warriors news. Man, now I got to work on the transcriptions. Oh, so much work. Wait a minute. Where's my Discord? Oh, there it is. Okay. Don't switch device. I don't know why it does that every single time, but oh, Greg Popovich sucks. Medical incident. Let's check Warriors feed. Oh, hey, they went to Houston.
Let's go win a game or two.
Oh, speaking of which, right? Speaking of which, quick clip of Draymond saying, "Let's go win a game or two," and perfect timing to go back.
Let's go.
And just screenshot this. And okay, let's be real here. Okay. So that ends the poll. Heart and mind with Dallas won out, even though Bruce and Kimbo think of Klay as a traitor. And what will the series be when our Dubs get back from Houston? My point being, it's most likely going to be 2-1 Warrior. After 3, it'll be 2-1 Warriors or 2-1 Houston. And in other words, this is a playoff series. It's going to come down to game, 6, game 5, game 6. So keep that in mind. We've been down this road before, right? So we've been down this road before. It'll be most likely, most likely not Warriors 2-0, right? So either 1-1 or down 2-0. And even if we're down 2-0, we probably won't go down 3-0. Therefore, by game 3, or by the start of game 4, or by the end of game 3, it will be probably 2-1. It will be probably 2-1 either Houston or Warriors. And so because it's a 7-game series format. So just remember that, we could be down 2-1 and win 3 straight. We've proven that we can do that. And so game 4 is going to be critical. And the series doesn't start until one team loses at home. So reminder, and it's been a while. So just in case you forgot. And I do think our identity in the playoffs is new. So that will be fun. So what will be fun is to see what our identity in the playoffs will be. And let me give you an example. And I think I will reach 4 hours now. My example is that I can't remember the identity of the Warriors regular season team in 2013. I've talked about it before. My favorite memory that's not Steph related, as far as having a media credential, is the 2013 playoff team, where, and this is where it becomes relevant in this day and age, 2025, where I just remember Draymond, Festus, and Harrison chasing after the ball, chasing after a loose ball. Just the hunger. So it's exciting to see if there's similar hunger with guys like Podz, with guys like QP, right? I'm not going to say Guy Santos, because what he does seems, it's a very defined type role, and you expect that from him, because that's what he brings all the time. He doesn't bring you a ton of talent. He doesn't bring you a ton of athleticism. He doesn't bring you, his defense can be night or day. And we don't know if JK is going to play. So let's hold off on that a little bit, and let's not worry about that. But what I can worry about is QP and Moody. So what is the playoff hunger of BP, Quinten, and Moses? Yeah, I think that's going to be my most looking forward to seeing type thing, because we kind of know what we're getting with Steph, Draymond, and Jimmy, and Looney. We expect Looney at his best, getting those offensive rebounds, setting good picks, finishing on the roll. And GP2, we expect good GP2, although he'll probably do something boneheaded, but it'll be 3 amazing things and one boneheaded thing with Gary. Those guys are known quantities. So I am looking forward to, can I see Podz, QP, and Moody? Again, let's leave JK out. Let's leave him alone for now. Can I see those guys like rise to the occasion and really, really want it the way that I saw Draymond, Festus, and Harrison like spill their guts to go get that loose ball? Like, I think we've seen flashes. We may have seen a flash of this one time in the last in the last few regular season games. When I do my play-by-play and I literally say, oh, wow, that's championship level defense. That's when that comes out. And I'm pretty sure I said that one time. In one of the last 10 games. It wasn't consistent, though. And yet that was the last week of the regular season. So it's kind of different in the 7-game series. So I'm ready to see what those 3 guys are made of. Am I missing anybody? I don't think I'm missing anybody, right? Yeah. Well, if I missed anybody, let me know. 4 hours. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, it's going to be tied 1-1 probably coming back. Nobody said Houston 2-0. That's good. Cholo file time. Cholo. Where you at, Cholo? Saturday, though. Thanks, Amy, for hopping on at 6:30 in the morning. That's live. 6:30.
Today he came back. He came in today talking about how he got a new blicky.
For the uninformed, what's a blicky?
How you don't know about no blicky, man? You had a blicky? You told me you had a blicky growing up.
Yeah.
You was a shooter.
A strap.
Yeah, that's a blicky.
Dallas still down 15. All right. See you Sunday, guys. Let's go, Warriors. Game 1. Dean. See you Sunday.